Noah. Go ahead and call the Business Council meeting for April 12, 2017. It is 9:13 a.m. and we shall call this meeting to order and have the invocation. And Leanna asked if you would offer a prayer for us.
Father, we come to you this morning, thanking you for this day, for the moisture you have provided us. And we can see it in all the beautiful greenery and plants and everything that are coming up now. Father, as we start this meeting this morning, I ask you that you be with each one of us, that you help us through any of our issues, that you give us the strength to speak up for each item and for the whole tribe. And I ask your direction that we can move all together towards you, towards what you are leading us to, dear Lord. Be with our tribal members, each one of us. We praise you for all you have provided to this point. And in your precious name, I ask these and know that you have already provided. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Have roll call.
Bruce Pratt.
Here.
Jerry Walcott.
He's excused.
Amy Littleson. Here. Angela Thompson. Here. Sammy Atkinson. Here. Donna Hare. Here. Adrian Spotted Horseshoe.
Here.
Leanna Peter.
Here.
Right. We are getting feedback, so we might have to turn down some of our volume on the mics. We do have a quorum, so we move to item number 3, and that's approval of agenda. And it says here 3 items to add to agenda. 1 is approval of letter of support for Indigenous Peoples Day. So let's make that number 11 on new business. The next one is approval of letter of support for Pawnee outreach. We'll make that number 12. And it says number 3, Amy has something.
I couldn't remember what, you said there were 3 things you needed to add.
I think I put it on there with was it with the eagle feathers? Did I have that on there?
No, that's on there. The Stoles is on there.
So, yeah.
That was added.
I
Okay,
th-
well, then,
that was
That was
there's
it.
just 2.
Okay, just 2. All right.
Was OSU going to ask for a resolution for a letter of support?
That's number 12.
12? Okay.
Okay. I would want to bring up in executive session, it says discussion and or action concerning PBC president. And I'm wondering why this is on here. Because up until just a few minutes ago, I was never told why I was being brought into executive session.
I'll answer that because I talked to Amy and asked her to add a portion of the agenda. One of them is dealing with travel, and the other, as I told you a while ago, is dealing with some complaints that I've heard from tribal members. And I think we as a council need to discuss it.
Is there a, Mr. Attorney General, is there any complaints against me?
As far as I know, nothing has been filed with HR or with me.
Was this brought up other than to you? I mean, was it brought,
I think other council members, if they want to weigh in, it was brought to them.
I understand, and I'll just say my piece, that I find it very unprofessional that you weren't notified. I think that should have been a given, but that's just a professional courtesy to you, that you were going to be put on the agenda, and why you were being put on the agenda. So for that, and I apologize as a council member for that to you. As far as the innuendos and talk is cheap. I have verified with Mr. Mason as well that no one has brought forward an actual complaint. There's no complaint filed, so we just need to, I mean, if you guys really want to have a hard discussion about it, that's fine, but I will tell you this much, that there's no merit. I spoke to a person that was supposedly involved as far as last night at 9 o'clock, and there was no validation, so.
Well, I had 3 different tribal members call me up about a complaint. And so I sent out a memo, but apparently my PVC, when I send out to PVC, they aren't getting my messages. So anyway, nevertheless, because it wasn't a written complaint, but I still thought that we needed to address it. I would think that, you know, because I spoke to the person that was concerning with, and she told me it was brought to HR, and it was brought, that a discussion was made, and so what I wanted to clarify was that, why wasn't it brought to us? Because I thought that if there's something against a council member, it's on a council level. So we put it on for discussion. So, and as far as I was concerned, it was going to be an executive session. So,
Will that individual be here for executive session to present themselves?
no.
I feel like they ought to.
Well, that person, I spoke with them, Leanna, and I want it discussed here on our level in executive session.
Well, I don't feel like any council member, that you can just put them in for executive session based on rumor when there's nothing written. And this isn't just for me, this is for any of us. This is for any of us. We live in a political world. We deal with politics. We have one side and the other side. There's folks that don't like what I do. There's folks that like what I do. There's folks that don't like what you do. There's folks that, you know, do like what you do. That's just the world that we live in. And you know, to just callously, and I'll use that word callously, be you know, put on executive session without any prior anything. It's just unprofessional. It's unprofessional, and it's damaging. It's damaging one way or the other. Whether I'm cleared of this, of nothing. There's nothing to clear, folks. There's nothing to clear. That's the thing. But I'm on here. I'm on here, and what I want to do is take me off, because there's nothing there.
Well, and that's just one issue. I've got a travel issue that I want to discuss, and I think council needs to hear it. We can do it here out in open forum. I don't have a problem with that. That's up to you. I mean, I can bring it up right now because I want some answers, because I feel like I was lied to.
Well, you and I, we've already discussed this.
No, we haven't.
And
It's not been clear, Bruce. And I think the council, when you presented that travel to council, you misled us. And I told you that on my note when the check was before me. And we discussed it, and then we talked about the refundable versus non-refundable, and then I was told it was non-refundable, and then I come to find out it was refundable. So I was lied to.
well, it was my understanding that it was a non-refundable ticket.
From
And
who?
I went on that,
From who?
from my staff.
Well, I want to verify with that staff that they told you that. The issue is, and I mean, if we're going to talk about this, let's just talk about it.
Yes,
I really feel like this should have been discussed before and been brought to us, rather than just airing the dirty laundry.
That's
right
why it's
out
an
here.
executive session.
But still, it should have been discussed before that. Executive session, to me, is a very serious thing. It's nothing to laugh at. So I would be very upset if my name were under here for executive session discussion.
Well, I would be curious, and I would like it in executive session because it says executive session, then we can hash out the differences.
I'm not
Right,
arguing.
there's a protocol to that, and that would be a professional courtesy to tell that person, hey, Bruce, we're going to put you in executive session. We want to talk about travel and some talk, and we just want to take it offline and do this. That is a professional courtesy. This is published, folks. This is published in our papers. This is published everywhere, and it just wasn't appropriate, and without the professional courtesy of notifying somebody. That's all I have. I mean, I would say if we want to talk about the travel thing in executive session, and if Mr. Pratt's okay with it since he's the person, then fine. But if he wants to do it here, then we can do it here. I'm just saying that I understand where you're going, but there was some missteps in doing it.
Do noted. Do noted.
Noted. Well, I apologize, Bruce. You weren't there when we were signing the agenda. You weren't in the office at the time, so.
I am a phone call away, an email away,
I
a
know,
text
and I never
away.
even
I
thought
live
about
here in town. You all know where I live.
Well, I thought that you
everywhere.
already knew about what was going on, so. Well, that's what I was told. So.
I'll just say one little part. We're talking about courtesy and all this kind of stuff. What I remember, there wasn't no courtesy given to our former president, Misty. There was a lot of rumors and stuff out there too, and action was taken without looking into things any further, so. And there was no executive session, so.
That was a completely different situation.
Well, it could have been, but
It's a completely different situation.
I disagree.
I disagree with both items on the agenda. I feel that number one is inappropriate, as already been stated, and it's an embarrassment to this council. And I feel that number two is outside our scope as the Pawnee Business Council.
I agree.
Because
I-
the person didn't complain. She never formally complained. There's nothing.
I must be the only one who does not know what the whole thing is about. And unless they show themselves with true documentation, I don't really care to hear about it until it has come to the point where we really do need to hear it.
Angela, didn't you say you had documentation?
On the travel.
Well, I had brought up that discussion of the rumor. I do not want discussed in executive session. It is without merit. There's nothing there. It's just not there. I don't want to go there. There's nothing there. I have nothing to hide. If anybody, I will say this, if anybody in the nation wants to come and talk to me about this issue or any issue, you can come talk to me about anything. Now, concerning Angela's thing, and she did use the word lied to, I never lied. Never lied.
So you didn't tell me it was non-refundable,
I did tell you it was non-refundable.
and it's refundable. And the tickets are.
I'm not aware of it being refundable.
Right on your itinerary, refundable.
Well, I will say this. I never look at the back of them. I don't know. I don't know how to read these things. And all I did was ask. Ask.
So you do all this traveling and you don't know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that. That's exactly right, because I don't handle my travel. I don't handle my travel. I don't understand what you all are trying to do.
We just want honesty.
I am honestly answering you. I don't read the back of this. I just go. And I ask.
So why was this not taken to him directly and not brought out in the public for everyone to see?
Well, that's why I added an executive session, Deanna. And I'll just be honest with you, when I found out about this, and I found out and I received all the calls, I didn't want to talk to
Did you
this
talk-
man. No, I
Why
didn't.
not? That's
Because I
part of
was
the
upset,
protocol.
probably.
Yes.
And I had made plans to talk to him with another council member, but I was so upset and disgusted of what I was hearing in the community that I didn't even feel like going to him. So I thought, no, I think it's elevated to the council level, because I feel that he misled us, misrepresented to us why he was going to this travel. And then when we discussed it, I told him I would sign off on it if the ticket was non-refundable. Then he told me after a joint TDC meeting that it was non-refundable, so I signed it.
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
you're our Attorney General.
Mm-hmm.
Here, investigate this
Be glad to.
on behalf of council and Angela Thompson,
Yep.
and let's deal with it in a legal, professional manner.
Angela, can you, Councilor Angela, what is the exact question so I can address it, okay?
Well, the question is, well, I just want to know from Bruce that
I didn't know that was me.
I was told that the ticket was non-refundable, and that's why I signed the check.
You were told it was non-refundable.
Yes. And then when I got the information and checked into it, it was refundable.
Okay.
And that's the only reason why I signed the check.
And so what is your allegation?
I don't have any, that he was
You were misled,
he
is
was,
that it?
yes, we were misled in first in
And who's
why
we?
he was going to council. When we ask for a request for travel, we have to tell where we're going, why we're going, and we had a lengthy discussion on this travel with a lot of questions. And we were told it was government-to-government consultation. It was not government-to-government consultation on behalf of the Pawnee Nation. It was not in government-government consultation as a consultation session with NAGPRA.
Were you the only one told, or was
No,
everybody told?
Check the tape. It was on the tape.
I'll review today.
And then after I questioned it on the check, when it was presented to me, I looked at the agenda and noticed that it was not government-to-government consultation. I made a note on the check and said that this is not government-to-government consultation. I feel that it was mispresented to the council.
And when did that happen?
When we gave approval at the council meeting, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know the date of the council meeting that we gave approval. And then, so after the next council meeting, President Pratt pulled me aside and discussed it with me. We had a lengthy discussion about it. He was just trying to justify why he thinks he should go. And the only time that he could stand before the review committee is probably they had an open forum, which probably allows them 3 to 5 minutes to get up and discuss. That is not consultation. And so I put it in the frame of mind that I had a request to do a PA system at the Rome Chief Center for about the same cost as his travel, that I felt like I could fund that more than his travel to go up there for 3 to 5 minutes.
You could fund it or the nation?
The nation. And I could fund the request as treasurer, if you will. Then he began, so he said, well, I don't have to go. I don't have to go. You know, he said, I thought you could go up there and tell them why we have a NAGPRA grant, why it's important. I said, well, you know, we apply for NAGPRA grants, depending on how we write the grant. If we respond to the RFP, it's not based on we go up there and say we want this money.
Okay,
But,
I understand your question.
Then we walked out further, and he said,
I understand your question.
well, let me finish. You asked me, let me finish. He stated, well, at that point in time, I felt like, okay, he wasn't going to go, but then he brought up the travel. Well, what about he goes, let me ask you about the ticket. He said, what about that? And I said, well, if the tickets, is it refundable? I don't know. Well, if it's not refundable, can it be transferred to somebody else or used later? I don't know.
Yeah, I
Well,
understand your question.
If it's non-refundable, then I'll sign it.
Yeah, I understand the question.
So he went, and then he came back, he said he asked staff, and staff told him that it was refundable. Now, I don't know who that staff is, so I can verify it with, well, I do, he told me who it was a while ago, but I'm not gonna put it all out there. But you can do that in your investigation.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So if you could take care of that.
I will.
All right, thank you.
I have a quick question here. So since we're talking about clarification and stuff and protocol and all that, so since you wasn't told about this executive session, does the Pawnee Nation College president, did you talk to the Pawnee Nation College president about what?
I sent him a letter
Discussing him?
informing him of him being here. And it's a
Can we have that?
continuation of things we have already discussed, so
Was
we're just following through.
Was that sent to us?
Yes.
And we also had one to the chairman of the.
I did see that one.
trustees.
Yeah.
I didn't see a letter to the president.
I didn't either. I just seen the one to Julia.
He was CC'd on it.
If I may, all I saw was an email about an executive session. That's all I saw. I asked my board of trustees if they knew about it. And then Julia and Cordelia, only once you responded, I think that's when your correspondence with Julia began. So I'm not aware of any letter other than the email you sent out saying that you would discuss in the executive session.
Okay. All right. So anyway, we're back to agenda. I would like the discussion on action concerning PBC president to be off of that, and then we will approve the agenda with changes. If someone would make a motion.
Could you repeat that?
The changes that we have made, and also to take out executive session item number 2.
Item number 2 or 1?
2, PBC president.
Okay, 2, okay.
Someone like to make that motion?
I will make that motion.
Okay, the motion is for approval of agenda with the items added and the executive session number 2 subtracted. Is there a second?
I believe number 2 could be taken care of with the Attorney General, and that's why I made the motion.
Okay.
I still oppose both items on.
You know, I just want to say this, that, you know, if we're talking about common courtesy, you know, about you not giving proper notification, and then the president of the college not giving proper notification, then, you know, they both should be removed, if anything.
Okay, once again, back to protocol. What is the procedure, proper procedure in our, yeah, no, for when something is added to executive session, what is the procedure? Do we have one?
There really is no procedure, but it's
There is
something that's
not
been
one,
done.
but this has always happened. Every time there's something on executive session, they are never contacted. So it's not only him, it has been several people since I have been on council.
But that doesn't make it right.
No, it
You
does
know,
not make
it
it
doesn't
right.
make
That's
it
not
right.
what I'm saying. I
Right,
just
it
want to
doesn't make
know.
it right, and I think that if you have a council member, even me, say you all decided to have me in there, it would be up to the secretary to call me and say, Sammy, we're going to have an executive session today
Okay.
because we heard you're just out drinking around, whatever.
Okay,
And that you're actually notifying that person, so that person can be prepared. And that person has the ability to
defend
prepare
themselves,
a response or what have you. So I would say that.
I agree.
So that to me is just it would be like sending an email and you and I are talking, but we're really talking about Angela and the budget. Well, she, as a courtesy, should be copied, right? Anytime you drop someone's name, you should copy them. And that's what I'm saying. So, that's just good business.
And I think the point that I'm getting at is this, you know, this is a precedent. You know, we're changing from something like we talked about, we've been doing for however long it's been done, and it's being changed. So, you know, we can't go back to something and say there's a handbook that this is how it's supposed to be done and it's not, and it's done. So, but I mean, you know, for the sake of, you know, what we're talking about, common courtesy and stuff, you know, it's.
Okay, I'm just saying, everything I have been involved with has always had policy and procedures. And so we need to make some policy and procedure about executive session, I guess, before I get called in there.
Well, you need to change the Constitution, right?
We will.
Well, I will say this, on this executive session with the Pawnee Nation College president, I'm not acting alone. This is what we discussed the last time we met. And Julia Goodfox asked for 2 days' notice. And so I sent the email, and I told you all I was going to send the email because she asked for 2 days' notice. And so all I'm doing, this is not on my own. All I'm doing is following through with what council decided to do. And so this is not on me, this is us. Yes?
I know that this, the discussion and action on the Pawnee Nation College president, I know that the majority of the council, and probably all the council except myself, are in agreement with this. But I just feel it's outside of our scope.
I'd just like to say that the issue is not, it's the double standard is what we're bringing up, is that it's not protocol. We didn't, according to the professional protocol you all were talking about, that yes, duly noticed, we should have notified Bruce that he was going to be on the agenda for executive session for this and this. That would have been professional courtesy. We recognize that. We noted that. But what Adrian brought out is the double standard, is that Mr. Burgess was not provided that same courtesy that Bruce is arguing about to remove that agenda item off the agenda. And that's That's the double standard what we're talking about. We're not talking about that we didn't know about the president and that issue. We're talking about the double standard about the notification, professional notification to the individuals on executive session.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I missed that meeting on the president a couple weeks ago on Friday morning. We had lost another family member, so I was unable to attend. So I do not know what's going on at all. So I was looking forward to the executive session to find out, to get caught up with everything. And I noticed on this email to us on April 11th that President Burgess was CC'd by the chairman of the Board of Trustees, who is his official supervisor, I guess. So that's why that's why I made the motion.
Mr. Pratt,
Yes.
in my discussion with Mrs. Good Fox yesterday, in a phone call to her, she was not aware that it was a subject matter until I asked her if she knew what the subject matter was. Now, you have on here executive session, Pawnee Nation College president. It was her understanding that she relayed to me that this discussion was held with you all there present, and all the ramifications of the previous investigation came out. I sat there and heard it all. She asked me to leave the room. And y'all had a discussion for an hour or so. And we heard laughter, cajoling, talk, so y'all left. Mrs. Goodfox was not aware that this was going to be on the agenda or what the topic matter is now. Because as she relayed to me, everybody was going to come out of there. She understood that we were going to go forward and start working together. Now, if you're going to say this is a continuation of an executive session, the executive session you had prior to January, I think it was December or November, the letter you sent to DOT that named me specifically, is that the same subject matter you're bringing up, or is this a whole new subject matter?
This is not a continuation of the executive session of that. This is just a continuation on the Pawnee Nation
Okay, then,
College president.
as your members are saying, we don't know, I don't know what the subject matter is, other than you're having an executive session on me. So is it my hair color, my clothing? So I can properly respond if I'm going to be asked a question, because the last time you had a discussion about the president, I was not allowed to come in. Is that due courtesy? Is that following the civil rights laws of the United States? That's all I ask.
I will say this, we are a sovereign nation, but can I speak? Okay, I am in tune with everybody else, and I think in all fairness, let's scratch both executive sessions. Let's let Mr. Mason do his business, and if you could please take care of that ASAP. Don't let it linger. And then if you council would like to again charge into executive session about innuendo, then let's at least give Mr. Pratt the benefit of knowing that, Mr. Burgess the benefit of knowing that, so that they can prepare for that discussion. If that sounds reasonable, then I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, you need to rescind your motion.
Okay. Based on everything that was just discussed, I will rescind my motion, and can I make my motion? And can I make the motion again to approve the agenda?
Okay.
Okay.
It's my motion, and I make the motion,
And I'll second.
as stated previously, to allow anyone that's coming into executive session the benefit of knowing that. I know it's not written in our Constitution, but it is a professional courtesy. It is a best practice. So we will rescind, and if you feel that it's worthy to bring it forward again at our next meeting, then please let the parties know in advance so that they can be duly advised. And we'll ask Mr. Mason to kindly get his investigation done quickly. And that's my motion.
And I second
Wow.
that.
So, with changes.
With changes.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to strike both 1 and 2 on executive session and the 2 added agenda items. That's the motion. And we have a second. Got that, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Who seconded it?
Leanne?
Leanna.
Benny Littleson, no. Angela Thompson,
No.
Sammy Anderson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparkowski.
Yes.
Van Tier.
Yes.
Agenda is approved. So we move to item number 4, approval of minutes. BBC quarterly meeting minutes 3/8/17.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes for March 8th, 17th.
Motion is made.
President Crown, I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Benny Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparkowski.
Yes.
Van Tier.
Yes.
PBC quarterly meeting minutes 3/8/17 are approved. We move on to PBC meeting minutes 3/23/17.
On approval of agenda, probably line 28, I believe I said something about making a motion to table the commission appointments until the full council was present, but it failed. Does that need to be added? Okay. And with that, I make a motion to approve them.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
President Crown, I make a motion to accept the meeting minutes with changes for 3/23/17.
Okay.
Was there changes?
I think that's the second.
Yeah.
We have a
Oh,
motion.
She has a motion. Okay, second.
Sorry.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Benny Littleson, abstain. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson.
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Abstain.
Adrian Sparkowski,
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
I abstained because I lost everything on my computer and I'm just not getting anything, so. Just so happened I listened to the minutes, so, but
That happened to me too.
So,
And 2
I have a new
weeks-
email address, by the way, everybody.
3 weeks worth popped up just a few days ago, and I got caught up finally.
All right. We will move to item number 5, Pawnee Business Council President report.
Cynthia, could you resend that packet to me?
Oh,
speed readers.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, attended a few meetings. I attended the, let me look at my phone. I attended the National Indian Gaming consultation there in Tulsa. Our gaming folks are really facing some tough issues coming up here, especially in the state of Oklahoma and also nationally. Main thing is they're trying to get rid of nationally the Class II games, and so it's coming up really quick. I think in October or sometime later on this year, they're looking to. It was on the books to deal with Class II gaming, and one of the things was to get rid of it. And Class II gaming is the gaming that the tribes do not pay to the state. The Class III gaming is the gaming that the state takes a cut out of, and so that was discussed, and that was the main emphasis of that consultation was hearing from the tribal leaders, those that were there. All the big tribes were there, and there was a couple of the smaller tribes, and so we spoke on behalf of the smaller tribes. And one of the things that has really troubled us is that they opened the gaming out in the Panhandle, and I think the absentee Shawnee or one of the Shawnee tribes out there was granted the right to put a facility, a bingo facility, not bingo, but a gaming facility out there, even though there wasn't a historical connection there, but they allowed them to go there. They had no land base, and so they did that. But one of the provisions in doing that was that they were to only have Class III gaming, and so the state gets their cut out of that. And so some, it was stated in there that we feel like the state used that to be a bargaining chip in the upcoming gaming compacts, to move to Class III gaming for all the tribes, which we are not in favor of. And so there was a lot of discussion. They had the National Indian Gaming Convention there in San Diego this last week, and that's where they was really going to get more input. But one of the things that was discussed is it's really detrimental to Oklahoma right now that we're having this discussion of trying to keep Class II or get rid of Class II when we're coming into the compacts with the state of Oklahoma. And it was stated that we feel like it puts us, the tribes, at a disadvantage against the governor in our negotiations. And so that was the main thing, and had talked with Arthur about what needs to be discussed, and so he gave me these talking points, especially to emphasize that we are in favor of the Class II. We want them to continue that, make the provisions, the changes to the law to keep it. That the whole intent of gaming and the NIGC is that they regulate, but also to regulate for the tribes to have prosperity, to have economic development. And that's the whole purpose of the gaming industry. And so was able to express that there at the conference. Also attended the NACRA convention there in Denver. Was really a good conference. A lot was discussed. You know, there's discussion that they're trying to get federal repositories. Need tons of money to build them. Don't know if they're ever going to be able to do that. But the great concern is that all of artifacts and remains and different things, funerary objects, are in all kinds of places, in museums, in colleges, and even private collections. And they're really needing a federal repository. Different areas. They have a couple, but they're so tremendously expensive. But they need those in order to bring, you know, all of these objects and even these individuals to these places and to be protected. Was able to express to the folks there of our appreciation of being able to receive the NACRA grant. There's only, I believe 28 grants that are awarded, and there's 14 that were given to tribes. Very competitive grants. Also expressed, you know, I'm never in favor of these competitive grants from a tribal level, because we all feel like, you know, it just needs, you know, it's a trust responsibility that they should allow the tribes to be able to take care of their own folks, and so express that. You know, they talked about the funding cuts that they anticipate. They were already told that to prepare for funding cuts in their programs and stuff, and so advocated to them that, you know, not to cut any funding, if anything, to add more funding to the NACRA program, and so was able to speak to them. Was only the only president, chairman of a tribe to speak, and they really appreciated that I was there and was able to share some things with them. Just interesting to hear the different tribes and all of the problems that they are facing of trying to get their people back, trying to take care of their people, and the opposition that is there from every level in trying to take care of their own. The big thing on the horizon for NACRA is that Alaska has been granted, you know, federal status. So they have federal lands up there in Alaska, and it just happened here recently. They didn't have that. They were in corporations and things, but now they have federal status. And so what Alaska was there. Alaska was there at the NACRA conference there, and they are asking for funding. They are asking for their due in taking care of their people. Well, the problem is there's only so much of the pie, and unless, you know, Congress appropriates specific funds for Alaska or whatever, you know, it's gonna take from us. It's gonna take from the lower 48, and you know, that's always the struggle. That's always the difficulty in dealing with Alaska. And I know that they have their problems and things, but you know, whenever they come on board, you know, they just take a lot of our funding, and so that's the big thing coming up on the horizon is how to deal with the Alaska issue. And so they're seeking law changes and they're seeking funding. The other thing was I attended the budget formulation meeting in D.C. on behalf of IHS. I was one of the selected as one of the co-chairs. Was there, and folks, I'm going to tell you, I came away from that meeting very discouraged, very discouraged, because they are telling us that we need to prepare for massive funding cuts. They said that they are looking at a 25 million reduction in the CHRs nationally, and so they're going to cut 25 million out of that. They are looking to cut many millions out of the Indian education, and that's just terrible to hear. HHS was told to prepare for 18% reduction in their funding, and so we have heard anywhere from 12 to 23% funding cuts in IHS. Folks, you're talking about $1 billion to IHS. They are proposing to get rid of and cut funding, either get rid of or cut funding to TANF, Title VI, LIHEAP, the community service block grants, all of these services that really help our people. They are looking to cut all of these funding things. It was just a really somber, really hard meeting to attend, and you go to these meetings and you're hopeful and things, and then you have to speak up. You got to speak up when you're at these meetings, and folks, I spoke up as the president of the Pawnee Nation, as the representative from Oklahoma, spoke up as one of the representatives from IHS. I spoke up and told them no, that it's not right. You shouldn't be able to do this, because you have a trust responsibility. You have treaty obligations. You have these things, and what I tried to impress upon, and I know they're new. They're new people who are taking these new seats there in the administration and HHS and things. Is we're not like everybody else. As Indian people, as Native Americans, we are not like everybody else. We're not like the black folk and all these other minority groups. We have treaty obligations. We have trust responsibility. We are written into the Constitution of the United States, and all we're asking you to do is uphold that. Is to consider that and take care of what you have before you by law, and so folks, I will have to say this: we need to get ready. We need to get ready. We advocated for the SDPI, substance and abuse and mental health and all of that. They're looking to cut that. Diabetes is a huge problem, and we have demonstrated, and we have the data that has shown that it worked, and it has worked, and will work, and yet they want to cut it. And so, the HHS Secretary, Secretary Price, he came and spoke to us, and these are his priorities. These are the priorities of the Trump administration: mental health, childhood obesity, and the opioid epidemic. Those are the three things that they're trying to stress in this new administration. And so those are good things, but we need help in all areas. And so I invited the HH Secretary Price to the Pawnee Nation. Was able to speak to him, and on the record I said, come visit us, come see us. He said he's going to visit Indian nation this year, this first year, before the end of this first year. And so I told him, I said, well, come see the Pawnees, come see our clinic here, come see our place here. I said, we invite you to come and visit with us. So maybe he will, maybe he won't, but so those are some of the things that I have attended, and there's a lot happening in Indian country. And right now it's just not really good news, but continue to fight the fight. Any questions? All right, let's move to item number 6. Yes.
I had a question.
Okay.
I'm trying to get my computer up. You were talking about like NAGPRA, they were wanting a federal compository
Repository.
or repository. What would you put in that? Because I thought everything was returned to tribes.
No.
I mean, what?
No, there's still many items that, and the reason why they're still in the museums and they're still in the colleges and these different places is there's no place to put them. And what they're looking for, what they're looking at is, like we have that federal repository up there, the Smithsonian one up there in D.C., and I've been there and others have been there. It's a huge, massive complex that costs millions and millions of dollars. And it takes millions and millions and millions of dollars to upkeep it every year. And you go into that place and there are just literally hundreds of thousands of objects in there, and there are people in there, and there are things that have been dug up in there. And
So we're talking about objects that tribes don't want?
no, there's a process to get those things, but first you got to get them. And first, and the museums, they don't want to let go of it, all the stuff they have. They don't want to let go of them, and that was one of the things that they said. They went out and they asked 209 museums and universities and private collections to respond to what do they have, and out of 209, only 122 responded. And so the others didn't even respond. They wouldn't even answer the question. You know, what do you have? Do you have any Indian people, or do you have any Indian objects in your collection? They wouldn't even respond. And you know, there's really no teeth to go after them and say, well, you know, by law you need to respond. And so what they're looking at is they need a repository down in the Southwest. They need a repository in the Northwest. They need a repository in the Midwest. But that's going to take hundreds of millions of dollars.
What the deal is, you've got a lot of remains, you've got a lot of funerary objects and other things that maybe within time they've lost records, or maybe they didn't actually know, and they can't identify what tribe they belong to. And then you also have where what was stated in some of these museums, you know, that's their livelihood is based on Native American items. So where in the past you might go to the museum and it'll say something like, this is a Pawnee headdress or whatever. Now, because of the Repatriation Act, they were able to repatriate all that stuff they put on their planes. Because if they repatriated everything there, then the museums would have nothing. So there's kind of lost documentation. There's museums that don't want to give up stuff, like was stated. But you have some things there where they actually, you know, uncovered some remains, and they don't really know who they belong to. They could belong to several different tribes, and so that's where they have the long-standing weight of who's claiming what. And you have some tribes too. We just discussed it last night. You have some tribes too that don't want nothing to do with the remains, you know. So they don't know what to do with them now since they got them. So.
Yeah. But I tell you what, you know, the Pawnee Nation is known for their NAGPRA program, known for leading out and taking care of of remains and the objects and things. Nationally, the Pawnees are known as a tribe that has led the effort to take care of these things. And even while we were there, John Michael and Maggie picked up remains that were there, and they transported them to Nebraska, and they took care of them. And so, you know, it's ongoing, and you know, even the Pawnees, we still have, well, Adrian knows that, we still have other things and stuff. So it's a good thing. It's a worthy effort for the Pawnee Nation.
I just have one comment on the IHS budget formulation meeting. I would like to know, I know you're a part of, you travel a lot for all these IHS health boards, but I want to know what your plan is bringing it back home to our own health board here at IHS and addressing these cuts and shortfalls. We have 3 programs here three Title I programs here that we operate under IHS, which will be directly affected. I would like to know more about what your plan is from these trips in bringing it back home and how we're going to deal with it.
Well, I think, well, I know that on the national level that's what I do. I speak on behalf of the area. I speak on behalf of the Pawnee Nation. I address these things and am a spokesman and vocal about, you know, the efforts that we need to make, the efforts that we do make. You know, there is no stronger voice, and Ron knows this. There's no stronger voice than when a tribal leader, the tribal leader, shows up at a meeting, because then it is, you know, sovereign to sovereign. It's they have to consult you that way, and my hope is that on the national level, that, you know, the efforts that all of us make who travel to these things and speak on behalf of that these go to the tribe. I do this for the Pawnee Nation. I do this on behalf of our clinic. I do this on behalf of our people, and not only the clinic here, but all of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. Hopeful that the words and that the things expressed, that it has an impact on those who make the decisions, and so to continue to speak is the thing.
Yeah, and I agree, those things are good and taking them forward, but there's got to be some action behind it as well, Bruce. We can go and speak to all these lead organizations and tell them what our ideals are and how we can save the budget, but it takes action at the local level. We've got to bring it back home and meet with our folks here in the IHS service area and say, look, we're expecting these reductions. Let's write letters to Congress. Let's write letters to Congress and ask for, do not touch our IHS dollars. Those are trust responsibilities. Speaking at these forums are good, and they take that message back, but we've got to come back home and do some action and unite the 6 tribes under our Pawnee Service Unit, and develop letters, lobby, you know, locally and nationally, and not just speaking at these engagements. It takes action. That's a start, but coming back home and taking action and implementing what you say up there on the floor is more important, and it gets more things done, more forward movement, I think.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 6, the Pawnee Business Council Committee and Travel Reports. And we'll start down there with Donna.
Okay, good morning, everybody. For my report, all I've really attended is the HR committee meetings, and we have some policies on the agenda today to address. We've got a great committee, and we are doing some great work, and I look forward for this to be on the agenda today. And that's all I really have to report.
Any questions?
Yes.
Okay, I have several things. We didn't have committee meeting reports at our last meeting, so I'm going to back up to March 8th. We had a business council TDC joint meeting. Let's see. I guess it was just a report. I don't have any major, maybe someone else has something that can be added. I attended the College Board of Trustees meeting on March 18th, and we had a good meeting. Let's see. Our major goal will be the Higher Learning Commission for working on the accreditation process, looking at sustainability assessment and develop a 5-year plan. And let's see, I suppose President Burgess can add to all that. And then I attended the health board meeting here at the clinic on March 23rd. And it was really a good one. I don't know if you all know, but we have a new CEO, Seneca Smith, and he reported to us, now I lost that place. He reported to us all kinds of good. Okay. We're going to have more doctors, I believe. He said, and I'm not that familiar at the clinic. My appointments are few and far between. So I'm not sure. Do you all know Mary Lou? She's going to be there full-time April 3rd. Dr. Arnold will be beginning April 3rd. She's a new family practitioner that will be starting. Dr. Kimmel will be back in April. Let's see. The physician's assistant, the search is closed and they'll be selecting someone soon. So we'll be having 7 providers at the clinic. And he said the revenue dropped at the clinic because of the lack of providers, but it should be up again. Dr. Morgan in the optometry retired, but he is back April 3rd, part-time. And Dr. Tebow from the Salina Clinic with the Cherokee Nation should have started April 3rd. And they'll also have a retina clinic once a month, Dr. Francine, and hopefully they'll move it up to 2 times a month. The audiologist retires May 31st, so they will be looking for another one. And in the dental, Dr. Means retires in June, and Dr. Hutton retires in October, and they will be looking for that. They said the dental servers are all updated each one of the suites. I believe they said that, I'm not sure how old the clinic is now. You know?
2003.
Okay, 2003. And he said that most of the equipment is starting to wear out and they're having to update it. So that's why they were that's why they couldn't use all the suites in the dental clinic, but they're going to have them all up and running again. Let's see. In their 5-year plan, they're hoping to have an MRI trailer. I have in the northeast patio where the MRIs can be done here at the clinic. I guess that's okay. I don't know, they have, our clinic has a mini health fair. Yeah, on March 10th, they had one that was represented by nutrition, OEH, benefits, pharmacy, and physical therapy. On this Friday, April 14th, they'll have a specialty clinic, explaining the specialty clinic. Let's see. I get all the reports from all the area clinics, CAW, Ponca, Oto, and I'm trying to find where, I will, let's see if it's in here. I do have, the Osage is having a tribal veterans representatives training on May 8th through 12th. They, so keep that on your mind. And if you have any more questions, I can give you more information on that. Let's see. Oops. I also have some information from the White Eagle Health Center. They're having a food is medicine study, and they're looking for, it has to do with diabetes control, and they're looking for qualified participants to work with them on an 8-week session or change in diet where the meals are provided. The information meeting is April 20th at 6 p.m. at the White Eagle Tribal Affairs Building at White Eagle. If you're interested, I can share this with you. Okay.
Leanna, excuse me, it might be a good idea to give that to Jeannie so she can add it to
Okay.
our newsletter.
Okay.
People might be interested in being involved in that.
Okay.
A lot of diabetics.
Let me look at this one. Let's see. The preliminary meeting is April 24th. There's 8 meetings, and the closing celebration ceremony is June 22nd, and I will give it to you. And Andrew, if you could share that with the Health Division, see if we have anyone that might be interested too. Okay, I also, and yesterday I attended the Health Board meeting, the Tribal Public Health Conference in Tulsa on my own dollar or dime. Can't afford a dollar. Anyway, yesterday morning I attended a training called Building Skills to Support Tribal Youth Engaged in Risky and Problematic Behavior. It was presented by Jerry Weisner, that was, I believe she was one of our prosecutors, our former prosecutor. And Courtney Yarnholler, who is also a Pawnee. His mother is Nellie Bass. And it was a good presentation. It was about dealing in a positive way with juvenile issues, and the students, they have a type of training, I don't know where to put it. You called on me too soon. Okay. Oh, I know where it's at. I'm getting used to this computer. Okay, online trauma-informed care situations. They recommend that all law enforcement, mental health, all adults involved with youth should take the training. It's on the laptop, it's free. It really is good, and it will help you build the skills to support tribal youth. One thing that she did tell me that made sense to me that I'm going to share is that, and she didn't tell me, she told the whole group, and it really is a good idea because in this day and age, if a youth gets pulled over, you know what their attitude is. Well, the suggestion was to get your wallet, get your driver's license and your car insurance out, set it on the dashboard, turn your inside light on and put your hands on the dashboard and be sure to say yes sir, no sir, and that will give less for the law enforcement to be concerned about because you know what has happened a lot in the past. So I think it was a good item to share with everybody. Some were kind of offended by it, but you never know, it wouldn't hurt. Okay. That's all. Any questions? Good.
All right, well, thank you, Leanna. We'll move to Angela.
I had no travel. I had a property meeting and a budget committee meetings, and those items are on the agenda, so we'll go over them at that time.
Okay, thank you. Amy.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't have any travel, but I attended several meetings, attended the budget meeting, and also I attended the meeting that we had with Janie Hipp, developing an agricultural plan for the Pawnee Nation. And then I also attended the meeting with the OSU agricultural people and discussion about in with the Pawnee Nation College on developing a program, which will be presented here pretty soon. And I really enjoyed meeting with Janie Hipp and going over that ag plan, and we even took them on a tour to look at our land base, what we have here, what we're doing, and from what I heard from them, you know, we're going in the right direction, getting everything ready, and hopefully we'll be able to get into agreement with them where they're help us to continue to develop a good plan that's going to be real beneficial for our people. And I'm real excited about that because we've been talking about it for so long and finally making the steps. So thank you to Andrew Lightchief and Brian Kirk, our tribal planner, for getting the ball rolling for us in the direction that we want to go. And so I'm looking forward to that coming to pass for us. It's real exciting because we'll be able to provide some of our traditional food to our people. And one of our main topics and our hopes is that through that we can help to overcome diabetes and all the health problems that our people go through nowadays. And so things are looking real, as far as I'm concerned, they're looking up for us in the aspect that, you know, we can look forward to providing for our people more on a food base, and then helping our overall health. So I'm excited about that because I know we're all in need of that. So those are the meetings that I attended that I can think of right now. Like I said, my computer crashed, it wiped out everything. So I had to get a whole new email address. So if anybody sent me emails, I'm not being rude, I'm not receiving them because I have a whole different email address. So that's all I can think of off the top of my head that I attended. I had no travel, and looking forward to next week. We'll be heading back to Nebraska to begin the process for putting our land into trust and meeting with the folks up there, the county commissioners and etc. So that's all I have to say. Everybody have a good day.
Amy, you might just want to state your new address just in case.
Oh, it's my first name, Famie, PHAMMIE @PawneeNation.org.
Thank you. Sammy.
Good morning, everyone. I am the chair for the Land Use Management Committee. We've been extremely busy with different folks relative to an ag program for our tribe. I'm a big proponent for Whole Foods. I think it's important also to be able to take advantage of the vast rich lands that we have here for agriculture and livestock. So our last meeting was held on March the 23rd. It's an afternoon meeting. It's a dial-in if anyone's interested in joining. You just reach out to our executive office and they'll be glad to give you that dial-in information. Our last meeting was attended by Jimmy Justice, Daryl Wildcat, Brian Kirk, Amber Berger, and myself. We're in the midst of trying to get our land in trust, as Amy alluded to. She is actually chairing that piece of the project and getting land into trust, primarily our Nebraska lands for right now. We think that we might be able to leverage having those into trust with part of our ag program. We also have a bison program that Adrian is very passionate about. We're going to be bringing some buffalo in. It's going to be, they are going to be living, if you will, on the acreage on the other side of IHS off Catholic Road. Jimmy Justice and his team has been really, really busy. We call it the Buffalo Project. It's a 2-year project. Jimmy Justice and his team has been real busy, and our last report was that the land has been a challenge. It's very overgrown. It's got lots of cedar, lots of everything. So it's taking them some time. We've had 2 burns. We're going to burn again at the end of the summer. We've had the OSU extension team come out and do a soil assessment. We found that we don't really have to seed. We've got great foundation for the natural grasses to just come back up, which is really great. Jimmy also, and his team also inspected our Shalapa lands, and everything is looking good up there. They plan on having they will be controlled burns of that land by the leasers that actually have that land up there. And there's 5 fire departments that are going to work cohesively on that project. So that's kind of where our land use committee is right now. As Amy mentioned, we did have Jamie Hip and the team from Arkansas here on March the 31st. They came in, and it was kind of just one of those brainstorming sessions. They were asking lots of questions about what we had, and they went and saw, and we're real pleased to have them and hope to leverage their expertise with our program as we move forward. That's all I have. Does anyone have any questions? You want to add to that, Adrian?
I can't mind.
Okay. Well, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sammy. Adrian.
I like being the last because everybody usually talks about what I already put up there too. I too attended the meeting with the USDA, Jeannie Hip, or discussing, I'm sorry, not USDA, but meeting with Jeannie Hip for our ag plan. Went to attended budget meeting, which we're going to discuss some items here later on the agenda. Had a cultural meeting last night. Some of the things that we talked about was kind of a little bit about what Bruce was talking about. We have, if I remember correctly, 55 ancestral remains and museums that we're trying to repatriate this year. We have the funding. We have the ability to reclaim 3 right now, but they are all in the same location at Harvard Museum. And the other majority, I think there's 52 that we're going to have to do some work with the Arikara Nation. And so at this time right now, we're in talks with them to see, and all it is just the legality parts of, if they'll allow us to lay claim, then we can get them, immediately. But if they want to have a part in laying a claim to them and extend that to a longer period. So, but right now we have, we've always worked good with the Rickeras and our Wichita relatives. So we think that everything's going to be okay. The only thing we're trying to discuss about is the logistics part of being that there's so many remains, ancestors are coming back. It's not like we can bring them on the plane. So we're, the staff is discussing about how that's going to be, kind of giving some ideas of how they should take care of that. And also too with, proposed sites of reburial. And I know that probably everybody knows that we reburied Dan Broad, which is a good, strong possibility, but they think also too that where these remains came from, that there's a possibility that we could put them back into that area. It's, I believe it was mentioned it was Army Corps of Engineer land, and so that they can designate an area where they could be remain back in that area. So those are some questions that they're still looking to address. Let's see, other than that, as everyone kind of should know that they're having the Kipka hockey ceremony on the 23rd of this month. That was discussed. They're also trying to get an MOU with the Oklahoma State Historical Museum. So in case at any time that we have some items or something that maybe a museum, because we do know that there's museums that no longer want to have some of our Pawnee items, that we have a place to store them, that we have a place to put them at that is safe, that is a controlled temperature environment with security. So we're trying to establish that right now with so that we can, if something immediately comes about where we can get those and we'll put them down there. I think one of the things that we're talking about is that there's Brumman Echohawk has a bunch of paintings that a family member has, and they're all originals, and they're worried about being in a home, so they talked about possibly putting them down there in the museum, so that way they'll be protected, and at some point whenever we get a bigger museum, that they'll be able to be on display. So that's kind of the stuff that was going on with the cultural committee meeting, but like I said, everything else that everybody's kind of talked about, I too had attended the same meetings. Those are something else that you wanted me to comment on. I think she mentioned about Buffalo. Yeah, me and Andrew currently still in talks with Campbell Burgess, and that's still ongoing, and things seem to be going on the up and up. So that's all I have. Any questions or anything?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Adrian. We will move on to item number 7, which is a Pawnee Business Council travel request for approval, and we'll start with you, Adrian. We'll come this way.
I don't have any. I think it's, didn't we already approve that to go over there for Nebraska for that
Yeah.
putting into land and trust? Yeah, I don't have.
Speaking of that land and the trust, Amy, do we have any more participation outside of the one gal and her PowerPoint presentation?
We have one county commissioner, Samantha, the one who's receiving the calls and everything. I know we have county commissioners from one county. I don't know about any of the other. There's 3 counties involved.
Okay.
And the letters were sent out.
Yeah, last week.
And
Okay.
it was, they were sent to the tribes too, in the area, to invite them to come to the afternoon session if they wanted. The only ones we know of that wouldn't be able to make that date was the Northern Ponca.
Okay.
They had something going on that day.
Thank you.
Isn't that just a form that the county commissioner, not really the county commissioner, the, what is it, the county, oh gosh, they sign it saying that they approve, they won't be upset about losing the tax that we're paying right now? Isn't that the main thing that we need from the county commissioners?
I'll be really
I'm
honest.
thinking
I don't know. I thought it was just a goodwill meeting or
It's a
We have to
goodwill
have a
meeting
form.
that
Oh, really?
we're introducing.
Okay, my
We're
brother,
introducing ourselves to them, you know, and that, letting them know that, yeah, we are the owners of the land and we're going to begin this process.
okay, my brother has gone through this procedure, and you have to go to the, does anyone know who you pay county, I can't think of the names.
Well, you.
I know
you
where
are-
it's at in Payne County.
You are partially right. I mean, that's the whole part of this is to discuss with them, saying, hey, you know, we have this land, we want to put it into trust, but we also want to have those good relations so that
Okay,
when
can
it
we
comes
not
to
do
that.
that in a letter, since we have not heard from anyone, including the form? That's all.
Well, can you tell them all the tribes that are going to be there? You said the Northern Pawnees aren't going to be there, but the other tribes.
That's the one that we got notification from,
That they're not available. Right?
yeah, that they're not available. I got a phone call from Jolene One Star, who is the Deputy Regional Realty Officer there in Aberdeen, South Dakota. And that's the agency that we have to go through in order to get this land put into trust. And she is planning on being there in the afternoon. And she said she didn't think that she should be there when the county commissioners are there. It could be a conflict of interest for her. So she was going to avoid the morning meeting and be there in the afternoon. And then Samantha has the contact information. Did you hear from anybody else, Samantha?
Do you have the agenda? Is it, what day is it?
It's on the 20th.
The 20th? Is it set? The agenda set, or who's doing it?
Just what the letter was, that
What?
was in the email. The letter in the email,
Okay, I don't have it right now. What was it? Okay.
Could you resend it to her whenever?
And this is really an important step for us, for our Nebraska lands. I think it's worthy of being important to the nation to allow us to get our land into trust and to start utilizing it and still be a good citizen, you know, a good neighbor citizen, if you will, for that area of the country. So thanks, David, appreciate that.
And then just FYI, also her committee, our property department, they're also going to be there to attend the meeting and you know, hopefully look at the land too. And yeah, I know Daryl's going to go, and myself, family, Adrian, and just want to make our presence known to the people in the area.
Okay. So you didn't have any other travel?
The only other travel that I wanted to request was that I got in contact with the Iowa Nation over the Eagle Feathers for our graduating seniors, and I spoke with Chalice Cox, who's the secretary for the Iowa Nation, and I asked her if it would be possible for them to donate, since they have an Eagle Aviary over there, and if they could donate Eagle Feathers for our cause, for our graduates. And they said, yes, that's possible, that I just need to write them a letter and let them know. And then, of course, we have to have CDIDs attached. And so I'm going to get with maybe Vicki, write the letter, and then, you know, get that sent over to them. But she said, yeah, that they would be able to do that for us. So I'm going to get on that. So once it gets approved, I'll just need, you know, have to go pick them up.
You might want to remind everybody what the effort is for the graduates.
Oh, I just went to the school board and I requested that they be able to wear eagle feathers. Well, actually, I went on behalf of the council. I presented to council asking them to back me up in the request I wanted to make, and asking that our graduates, our seniors graduating from Pawnee High School would be allowed to wear eagle feathers. But the presentation we made was on our caps, and for some reason they don't want anything on the caps. So we went round and round on that, but they allowed us to have a stove made and that we could put an eagle feather on the stove. So we're in the process, which is later presentation on here, to get that done. So I had sent out, when I went to the language program, asked anybody wanted to donate eagle feathers for that purpose. Found out we have 14 Native American graduates. And of course, you know, anybody who knows anything about eagle feathers with Native American tribes, you have to be an enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe in order to receive eagle feathers. So we're already in the process, the education department, Jamie Nelson, and I spoke with Dorna, and we're working on that right now. It's a presentation later on, but I just wanted to request, travel over there to either take paperwork or anything necessary has to be done, and so if you guys know anybody that wants to donate, I think so far we've gotten 8 eagle feathers donated. So far we have 14 left, so hopefully maybe we can get that many from the Ioways. So.
Can I make a statement with regards to eagle feathers? There's a repository out of Denver. If you go through the U.S. Yeah, you can ask for them.
Yeah.
Feathers.
Yeah.
All you need is, like you said, a CDIP.
Yeah.
They're
We're
pretty quick.
already aware of that, but because everything was so delayed, we didn't go that process because we were waiting. But like the school board's aware of it, Mr. Williams is aware of it, and he already knows the process. So for the years to come, then he can apply on behalf of the school and the students there for those eagle feathers, and they'll come straight to the school.
Are you looking for a tail, a wing? Doesn't matter.
I'm thinking tail
Individual, I mean, secondaries.
Yeah. Comanches have that too, honey.
Well, yeah, they had a program, but he's on restricted budget too, so it's really hard. We went to him last year for our graduates, and I'll see if there's some carryover, maybe 5 or 6 I can get for you.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. Oh, and in our discussion at the school board, he threw that up. He said, "Well, Pawnee Nation College, they don't even put eagle feathers on their cap." So I said, "Well, I never heard of anybody bringing it up, So.
But the reason we didn't do that, and I had to go to someone, Pawnee member, because of your culture. For us, our women don't touch feathers, so I asked what women can receive a feather. So we explained, so we didn't give it to them on a cap, or we put it in a box and gave it to them in line. So they and their family members can do however they want to do, because we have, 5 tribes, 7 tribes that are graduating, we have 8 students this year. So it's up to the family and their respective ways. That's why ours was in the box and you didn't see it in the box.
Yeah. What I just wanted to mention that he had mentioned that, well, the Pawnee Nation College don't even put it on their caps, and that kind of turned it like against our presentation.
So he's finding out too that not everybody's got all kinds of feathers for every year to give. You have to plan way ahead of time.
Yeah.
Not everybody's the same.
Yeah.
That's right. Everybody uses it the same way.
All right, well, thank you, Fammy. As far as travel requests, on April 24th and 25th, there's a budget formulation meeting in Spokane. And on May 3rd and 4th is a Direct Service Tribe Advisory Committee meeting in Seattle. And on May 23rd and 24th is HHS tribal consultation, and it is in Oklahoma City. And the budget formulation and direct service is reimbursed.
So all of it's reimbursed
Except the HHS tribal consultation.
in the city?
It's in the city. Angela?
I have no travel requests, but I want to remind the council that I will be traveling to Spokane, Washington, the 22nd through the 27th for the self-government's annual conference.
Leanne?
I would like to attend the Unicot quarterly meeting in Shawnee. It will be covering a lot of education. Joey Hoffmeister with the Oklahoma State Superintendent of Public Administration. Dwight Pickering, the Oklahoma Indian Ed Director. The Oklahoma Governor Liaison, Chris Finch. And Joe Dorman, the CEO for the Oklahoma Institute for Child Advocacy.
You say Joe Norman?
20th.
Next, 21st, next week.
I have
Just
it
one day,
One day, yes.
It's on next Friday.
Yeah, next Friday. Yeah.
22nd.
And it's at the South Gordon, or the Potawatomi Cultural Center.
Okay.
Joe Norman?
Joe Dorman, CEO, Oklahoma Institute for Child Advocacy.
Is he the one that, was he the governor?
He ran for governor.
Ran for
That was the
governor.
one? Okay.
I didn't request to go to that because I just live down the street and I'm not requesting, but I am attending, yeah.
You live down the street?
Oh,
Okay.
She's gonna help me.
yeah.
She volunteered, I appreciate that. Donna?
Oh, wait, one more thing. I am really interested in the Nebraska, everything with the Nebraska land. This next week is just not a good time for me. If it were later on in the summer, that would help a lot better.
Donna?
Oh, yes, thank you. Several months ago, I put in a request several months ago, probably January, February, for the 7th Generation Conference. It's next week, and so I'll need the flag. I'll need to take the flag over. So, and I won't need the base,
Just the flag.
we did the base
What
last
conference is
year.
that, Donna?
It's the 7th Generation Conference. It's really
Oh,
good.
so good.
Yeah, it's always a really good conference. It's about wellness. They really focus on wellness and mental wellness as well.
What's that day?
As physical. It's next week. I think it's like the Tuesday and Wednesday, 17th, 18th.
And where is that at, Donna?
It's in Tulsa. It's at the
local.
Doubletree. And then also as alternate for UINOKT, I would like to attend the meeting so that I can stay up on the issues. And there are some really good speakers at this one. So I'm requesting permission to attend that meeting also in Shawnee.
And I'm going one day to the 7th generation. I'm going to speak on a panel.
That's why they want the flag.
Yeah, that's why they want the flag.
I think
Okay, we can entertain motion to accept these travel requests. Motion is made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No. Okay, those requests are passed.
Just out of curiosity, what do you speak on at the 7th Generation?
On my involvement on wellness and on the national level, the committees I serve on. Okay, let's move on to TDC CEO report, and Mr. Roger Smith. Good to see you, Roger.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Before I get started, I would like to wish everybody a happy Easter this weekend, and hope everybody has safe travels and gets to spend time with their family. Start off by talking about the expansion project in Stonewolf. Things are moving along well. The back of house area has been sheetrocked and primer coats have been put on. Flooring in that area will start here in the next few days as well. The access floor, the gaming access floor, is being installed in the new gaming part as we speak, and they should be finishing that up tomorrow. The Howlers expansion is set to be open the 1st of May. When that is open, we are looking to be able to seat 96 people at Howlers now versus the 66 that we presently can seat. That is not including the bar area, which will have expanded seating from what is currently there as well. The gaming addition is scheduled to be open the 1st of June. There will be some ongoing exterior work after that, but we should be fully operational on the inside of the expansion at that time.
You said the 1st of June?
Yes. This past month of March was a very encouraging month as far as Stonewolf numbers. It was the first month that we've seen in over 6 months where we outperformed March of a year ago. So where we outperformed the same month a year ago. So that was very encouraging to see. Howlers, even with having 3 less tables right now because of the temporary wall that's up, had a record month in revenue. So it was a very encouraging and very exciting month in watching that transform. This past week, we started offering Red Rock pastries at 3 of our convenience stores, Snack and Pack, BJ's, and the Travel Plaza. Early signs are that it's going very well. Most days we are selling out at some point in the afternoon of the pastries. So we're very excited about that and what that can do for us.
Let me say this. Those are some good donuts.
Did you bring some?
No, I did not. But I did think that you might have issue with it since we were talking about Whole Foods earlier. So.
Yeah, right.
One of the things that we can offer is that we can also do special orders. So if you have an event coming up and you would like to order 2 dozen donuts or a list of specialties, if you submit the order the day before, they will be delivered that morning like at 5 a.m. So we would have those for pickup for you. So that is an offering with this that we can provide. On March 28th, a joint meeting was held between the Gaming Commission and the TDC Board. Also attending the meeting were Joe and Adam Smith of Smith Harrison Accountants. They are the firm that perform the annual independent audit. They were there to give an overview of the audit. It was not the exit meeting because we're not completely done with the audit. I believe the deadline for them to submit the audit to NIGC is the end of this month, the end of April. So it was an early meeting. It was a very good meeting as we were able to openly discuss issues and hear it from both sides of the room and their opinions and how we could work through some of those issues. Overall, I thought it was a very, very good meeting. To my knowledge, that is the first such meeting that has been held, and I think that's something that needs to be on board in the future. Land into trust update. The application is still in the office of Indian Gaming in DC. That's where it has sat for the last several months. We were 4th in line to be reviewed, and they were expecting us to have for the review to take place this month. So we're patiently, if you will, waiting for the outcome of that review. The next TDC board meeting is is April 18th. Tomorrow is a follow-up meeting, if you will, between Taro and TDC, and looking at the expansion at Stonewolf, if there's any new or ongoing issues, and seeing what we can do to correct any of those, if there's any going on. And it's also a review since the last meeting that was held a couple of months ago. That meeting is at 9 a.m. at the Law Enforcement Building. NIGC representatives are going to be at our casinos on April 18th. They will be doing a audit/review of our casinos. This is a tool or offering that NIGC offers, where they come in, look at your system of internal controls, and evaluate your processes. So we are anxious for this to take place and are looking forward to the outcome, whatever that is that may be. That starts April 18th. Also, I would like to make a request, if it would be possible, on the months that there are 2 meetings, 2 PBC meetings, if it would be possible that this report would be moved to the second meeting, the timing of that, I think, would be much better, because we're getting ready to have a TDC meeting next week. I don't think it's right to report on things until it goes in front of the TDC board. Thus, I find myself looking at the previous month, which would be back in February, and reporting on things. Whereas if this report was moved to the second meeting, then I could give a much more updated report.
Yeah,
Just a thought.
We can do that.
That sounds reasonable, yeah. It's an evening meeting at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can bring your donuts.
So do you want to be put on the agenda for the next? Yeah.
If not, if there's one for this month, but going forward,
May.
like in May, if there's 2 meetings, it's just a thought, because I struggle with what to report. So,
Sure. You'll put that secretary to work.
that is my report. Are there any questions?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a comment, and we've talked about this before, and I'm going to bring it up again because it's really kind of unsettling. The ATM machine here at the post is down probably in the last month 95% of the time. That is a huge revenue maker. People go in there to use that ATM machine to drop into those machines. So we're really losing revenue. I want to know what we're going to do. I talked to the team there last night. I teach a sewing class for our cultural program here, and stopped there to get some cash to take my mother to eat, and there was no money to be had. So we need to resolve it. I think, and I'm just speaking, and I'm not a professional, but when you stick the ticket in to give you the money, that's kind of an add-on. Can't we just have an ATM machine? We have people to give money. It just seems like an easy resolve to get that machine out of Snack and Pack, that's where I had to go, and have something similar. We're losing revenue.
I want to add to that.
Yes.
It's not just a post, it's also Stonewolf and TP.
Yeah, and first of all, on yours, we're looking at adding an ATM in addition to the kiosk that's there, so that if one's down, we could possibly have the other. Part of the ongoing issue, and if you've ever had a business and had to deal with credit cards, everybody wants to give you the runaround that it's not our problem, it's not our problem, it's AT&T's problem, or it's the processors. I think we've got most of it resolved out at Stonewolf. Part of the problem was with the new chipped cards, and actually some of the banks and their debit cards would not work through the processor. We were able to finally identify what banks those were, get with their IT departments and get those things fixed. It has been an ongoing problem, but we are looking at adding an additional ATM to the trading post.
I appreciate that. And just on a personal note, and we'll just take that one offline.
Okay.
Good. I'll just talk to you after here. But that was just a real big concern, that the team there is frustrated. You know, they're the ones that get the vent. You know, people are like, what do you mean it's closed? So please,
Yes,
I'd like to have a report on progress on your next meeting. That'd be great. Thank you
I'll
very
I'll get it
much.
to you before that.
I appreciate it.
I just wanted to make just a couple of comments. I want to say that that's good news to hear about the increased revenue for the month of March, considering the construction that's going on. I think that's pretty good, And I also want to tell, the people here about this Red Rock Bakery, I personally have not tried them yet, but I've been hearing a lot of big things about this place for a long time in the Stillwater community and every place like that. So I think that's probably a great move that you guys have got that a part of, bring them a part of out here at the nation. And my other thing is that, I've mentioned this before. What do we got to do, or what do you have to do to get those wings on other nights besides just Monday? Man, there's people there all the time. I've been there a few times and they've sold out, which disappointed me. But man, they just can't be beat.
I will pass the word on.
I have one more question on the business level. This Guduk's Construction Company now, what is our percentage of ownership?
60%.
We own 60%, and is that held under TDC?
Yes.
It is held under TDC. So I would ask us to start leveraging our own company for different projects here. We need to do that. I would recommend that we speak to all of our programs and make sure that ensuring that they're utilizing them at least for our bids, and that they would be mindful, that we own them, so we'd like them to play.
And I appreciate that, and we are currently working to do the earthquake damage repairs to the buildings. That's been caught up with insurance and adjusters and all of those type of things. But we are working in that area, and we appreciate that. We are also getting ready to have an opportunity with housing for some work. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I need to give an update of some of the jobs they're currently working on and some of the jobs they're currently bidding on. So if we have time to give some. Okay. So currently, obviously, we're working on the expansion at Stonewolf. We're doing an add-on wing at the Meeker Vet Clinic in Meeker, Oklahoma. We just finished up a small project with Johnson Controls in Wichita, Kansas. We are doing pre-construction design documents for the Rosebud Sioux Winter Casino. We are also doing the same pre-construction reviews, and I'm not sure how to pronounce this. It's OGLALA. Veterans Housing. We are currently doing work at Chilocco through the OSU Multispectral Labs, doing some contract work up there. We have several bids submitted, government jobs that we're waiting patiently on. A lot of those have to do with solar work and installing solar panels. Some of those are at Fort Supply. Some are through federal prisons, and that we have submitted those in the past couple of weeks, and it can take up to 60 days to be notified. On some of those, we're excited because we do know that there was only 3 bidders, so we feel like we have a decent shot at receiving those.
Okay. And Roger, and I want to pose a question to ensure that we have Artero engaged with this. Am I right? I mean, the workers are being employed by them as well. That's important here.
And I think that's one of the topics in tomorrow's meeting.
Oh, good. I'd like to see that happen. I know that with the whole situation with the Trump administration and things are changing, we're going to really be needing to have that capability. Primarily, if we lose funding here for different programs, we're going to need to have put people to work.
Something else we're starting with Cootix right now is also we're gathering the information. Mr. Knife Chief is helping us in gathering data so that we can submit an 8A application to become 8A certified.
That'd be great.
So that is something we're also starting as well.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. That was informative.
I have a comment. I believe I was the first one to use the gas tanks once they were opened again, and I was so excited. I didn't notice, I guess, is it going good now? Or are people still unaware that they're open?
It's going, it's not going as well as it was. Part of that is just because of continually fighting around the construction.
Yeah.
But if you've driven by at night during the weekend, you're seeing a full lot with the truckers back up there.
I saw.
But are we reaching the numbers yet that we were before? Not yet.
Yeah.
But we will.
What drew my eye was the sign. It had an unleaded and gave the amount, and I thought, well, it must be open again. So hopefully others are noticing that too.
Just remember wings. On the Thunder games.
I'll mention the wingman. All right, thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Can we take a quick break before we get into the next?
All right, let's take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And relieve ourselves. We'll go ahead and get going back into our meeting. So I'm calling the meeting back to order, and we are on item number 9, the Pawnee Nation College President Report.
Have you all received electronic copies?
Yes.
Do I need this?
Yeah, for the,
All right. Is that all right? 2-4.
I don't think it's on.
It is twice.
Remember now, you're not going to see
Hold
that.
for 2 seconds. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4.
No, isn't it the one on the?
The red one. On the, yeah, that red one.
Maybe batteries went down. One turn green.
2, 4. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. We had a little discussion yesterday. With me this morning is Dr. Patricia Reyes-Duarte and Lynn Mallory, Dr. Lynn Mallory, both from OSU. And we're discussing with Pawnee Nation College, as you'll see in my brief report here, a new project called Pawnee Outreach, the Pawnee Agriculture Nutrition Initiative Outreach. It's a program that will be funded by U.S. Department of Agriculture through the Extension Services. So we're here this morning to request of the Pawnee Business Council a letter of support on behalf of this grant. Major recipient will be the University of Pawnee State University, and sub-recipient will be Pawnee Nation College. Going down to Part B, our graduation is being established for May 18th. We're going to request the use of Rome Chief Hall. That'll be Wednesday. We're talking to most of the students to see if they prefer late morning or early afternoon around their family hours or work. Some of them are working already. And then June 8th, or the second week of June, will be the beginning of the summer session. Somebody had asked at the last meeting what our summer session is. We just got word from back home, and we have to go through an approval process for our curriculum, our classes to be offered. But at this time, I'd like to give the floor over to Professor Patricia Reyes-Duarte here from OSU.
Mike, excuse me, when does summer start?
Second week of June. If you don't mind, can I do a little intro to the rest of the council, since, you know, I called a meeting the other day and I only had a few.
Go ahead.
The council the other day sent out an email. You know, I was kind of touching base with you guys kind of last minute about this presentation that she's going to present here. So it was Andrew, Brian, myself, Famey, and Angela tried to call in, but there was music being played, and so she said she was on the phone, that's all she heard was music
I was
too.
hearing music too.
That's all you heard?
That song that
We
was
didn't
saying,
hear nothing. except for
where are
music.
all my friends?
Yes.
So after about 20 minutes, I looked down at my phone and I saw she said she was trying to go out. I said, well, just go ahead and hang up. You'll touch base with her later on. So, but anyway, so the rest of the council, this is what that presentation was about, is what she's going to talk about here today. So, Ms. Reyes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to be with you. I'm representing Extension in the proposal that we are working together with Pawnee Nation College represent an effort to get educational components that will go to the students and also serve the community at large. We are a 4-team meeting from OSU and the college and staff. Hopefully it will be one more. We think it will be an intern working with the science professor, Mr. Hega, and our many other collaborators that can bring their expertise. What do we want to do? We want to accomplish getting educational components that are new to the college, but they involve agriculture in all its phases. And what we want is to have also experimental training involving science, because we think that if there is no science that is in every step reinforced, the students may lose interest in science. So starting with the college students, well, the science professor, college students, youth, we're going to have a big emphasis in youth and intergenerational activities. We're going to have also 4-H incorporating activities for 4-H where other groups can benefit also from what we're trying to do. So we are trying to weave in youth programs culture, language, education, traditional food, and nutrition. And what we would like to do is have modules or themes where every time that we meet or it's in what we are delivering, we can have things that involve that identification of the plants is the next component. But everything that I mentioned earlier will be identified also in Pawnee language and related to the culture. In intergenerational activities, there is already a walking the Pawnee Trail. It's a trail walk that Professor Hega has already started. It has the beginning and it can be expanded, and if you want to learn more, we can expand, but the idea is identification of plants, English and Pawnee, pollinator demonstration areas and other beneficial insects, wildlife, and other agricultural related areas. The next one will be knowing your crops and integrating composting activities. Take back prescription drugs is already a program that Lynn Malley has started with the Pawnee Pharmacy. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, it's a 4-year grant that the program will be 4-year. And we want to integrate other tribes. We want to bring them into receiving the same instruction and benefits that we did, so they can expand these, because what we're doing can be transposed to almost any community, any tribe. And the idea is that also to have that the elders from other related tribes like the Arikara and the Wichita, the Pawnee sisters, and invited to share experiences and advice in the language. So it incorporates education, agriculture, science, and all the cultural practices. that's in a nutshell what we want. At the end, what we want in the last years is when we want to bring the other tribes. And we have quite a list of them, so they can be part of a camp or a conference or something that we organize. So what are we looking for from you is support, a letter of support to the grant.
I have a question for you. Are you working with our cultural department then?
No, just with the college right now, but we want to incorporate culture into these program activities. It won't be every day, every time, it'll be certain events, maybe harvest time, planting time, bring in some of that culture, language, and your history of ceremonies.
Right, well, I would highly recommend that you engage with Herb Batson and that cultural department.
He's on our list of people to come in on the, like we would say, a subcommittee. Yeah.
Yeah, on your subcommittee, just to make sure that, everybody's engaged.
And in the past, I have worked with the cultural subcommittee when in the Cultural Heritage Center. My field is more environmental, and so I've spent a week working with others in the tribe and with the kids.
Great,
So,
thank you.
yeah,
Just wanted to bring them to the table because they probably need a seat and they probably help you tremendously.
Yeah, we didn't mention a committee, but I talked with Dr. Reyes here that we brought into the proposal, and we're going to identify these community groups, and we want an elder too that's aware of planting seeds or whatever to be involved with the how would you say, advisory committee, just to help us with all of that.
It'd be wonderful.
And let's assume that not everything, but there will be some parts that can be recorded so people can access them. Because I know that sometimes so many things are going on and may not be participating. But one of the questions that were asked by Amy is, what is the benefit for the community at large? I think if they can participate in person, that would be much better. But there would be some components that can be taped and may be available. I participate in taping almost every 2 months a segment for educational purposes, and so Lynn as well. So we can, part of these be taped and have access to whatever is the most appropriate media so that it can be accessed anywhere.
Our proposal is due on April 26th, so between now and then, if you can, we can get you a sample support letter to you by email, Mr. President, and then if you can get it back to myself or Dr. Reyes, they will be completing the proposal and submit it by that date.
It's on our agenda, Mike.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're, this is on our agenda to approve or take action on. All right, we will move on to the ED report.
All right, good morning, Council. So I've, I really enjoy this time of year. Easter for me is a holiday that I thoroughly enjoy because I get to spend a lot of time with the family reflecting on, why it's an important season for me, or for all of us. And, so I wish everybody a happy Easter and safe travels. And I just was over there listening to all the reports being said and reflecting on the atonement, and so I have a lot of things going through my mind right now, as I always do this time of year. One of the things I want to bring up to your attention today is I have really 6 projects going on right now, and they all kind of relate to my goals that I have outlined in my report. The first thing, the first task that I'm really focused in on is 638 contracts. I've tasked all my division heads to aggressively pursue 638 contracting. We have a list from the Bureau of Indian Affairs of all available programs for 638 contracting. Laura May Melton has broken down all of those programs by funding availability, which are the most demanding nationwide, which means that we can have limited funds for those things, and we're trying to find those 638 contracts that are have significant funding and are not as in demand as other tribes are, and pursue those first. Pursue those 638 contracts first. Part of that is looking for ways to certificate some of the environmental functions from the BIA under Pawnee shop. Part of it too is the realty function. It's become more and more apparent to me that we desperately need to absolutely have to have a realty department here. It's the one department that is the key to kind of settling out a lot of the issues that we have with regards to our most valuable asset as a tribal sovereign government, that's our land base. So we're aggressively pursuing those. The second thing we're aggressively pursuing is an agricultural plan. The agricultural plan is, I've asked for a comprehensive one. Janie Hipp, when we met with her, is going to play a vital, important part of that whole process by developing a comprehensive business plan for us to incorporate into our agricultural plan. But when I say comprehensive, I mean comprehensive. It's going to include aspects of land use management, for instance, the rotation of the crops, or the rotation of the burns that we do, the clearings that we do, the fence mending that we do. So it's going to involve taro, land use, property. It's going to involve everybody. It's going to be a comprehensive plan. There's two tracks that I see our ag plan going down. One is the traditional community aspect of it. In that plan, we focus on the three sisters of corn, beans, and squash, and some other varieties of produce as well, for the primary purpose of keeping our food distribution program stocked with our traditional indigenous produce, and also to help out our community for feasts and other ceremonies that we do around here. I know that a lot of the events that we have, the young dog dance, funeral feasts, are sometimes cost prohibitive to a lot of people because the protein is so expensive, and to feed everybody is really, really expensive, and some families just can't afford it for their own funeral feasts, and that's a shame, because every family should be afforded the opportunity to participate in that sacred ceremony that we still have. So that's the one track. The other track I see coming out of the agricultural plan is an economic tract, a revenue generating tract. I'm working on that along with Janie Hipp and Brian, and we've already started. Brian gave me an excellent report the other day, and I'll forward it to the council, because it's basically, I asked him to write me an executive summary of the economic side of our ag plan, and he's done a great job. He's identified some of the weaknesses here that we're trying to make up for by having an ag plan, sustained ag plan, but it's also to contact all of the retailers here within 45-mile radius, all Walmarts, the food pyramids, the whatever Whites, to contact them personally and ask, kind of what their shortfalls are for produce, what is in demand, so we have a better idea when we go to a hydroponic system or a high tunnel system or a hoop house or whatever, that we're growing the right crops that the market around here demands. So far, we've had a lot of interesting conversations with folks, especially because California has been under severe drought for many, many years now. And they've had floods here recently, but when the floods come, they do damage as well. So they have an abundance of water now, but the droughts that have previously been in the past decade or so have really, really stressed the market for basic produce that Californians are always produced in the market, like cauliflower and broccoli and those kinds of things. So, yes.
And I was wondering, maybe you can kind of give a brief description of what a hoop house is and what a high tunnel. You know, we're going to be using these terms a lot, you know, just so that people might understand better what we're talking about with this agricultural plan.
Sure, and I think, and it's important. I mean, a hoop house is basically what it is. It's a hoop frame with material stretched over it. It's either enclosed on all sides or not enclosed. If it's not enclosed, it's called a high tunnel. What it is basically a way of extending your growing season. If it's enclosed, it can serve as a greenhouse. You can regulate some of the environmentals in there, but you don't usually have heat. You don't usually have everything else associated with a greenhouse. A greenhouse is, you control all the environmental factors. So you have heat in there, you have air conditioning, you have all the environment, the moisture content in the air. You control all those factors. Hoop houses are just like they are. They're just hoop frame structures with a plastic, usually a real thick 6 mil plastic covering to protect the crops from the heat of the sun or hail or those kinds of things. So there's all kinds of ways to approach how we're going to do it, and the best way that I know how is just look at all the options that we have available to us, because I know that corn is not something that will grow in a hydroponic system. Corn is something that demands the environmental factors that because it has a lot of water needs, it has a lot of needs for the sun. So it's one of those plants or those crops that can be grown in a traditional way. But other things like berries and lettuces and tomatoes will do better in a hydroponic system, or we control all the environmental factors. Most of the retailers around here, they try to purchase from local producers, so that gives us an edge. And they are frustrated with what's going on in California right now. There are some producers that buy from warehouses like out of state, whether it be in Missouri or somewhere else. They call it local grown, but it's really not local grown. So we do have an advantage there. We do have a niche that we can fill. We have identified the crops and the produce that is most in need around this area of Oklahoma. So now it's just a matter of getting together a business plan that will, hopefully show the council that this can be a worthwhile project and pursuing it wholeheartedly, which I believe it is. I mean, I'm crunching numbers as we speak, and I think it's a doable project. The third thing I'm working on is landing the trust, just gathering all the relevant information, making sure that we have all the deeds, all the titles, everything that we need for the application process to begin, that Aberdeen wants. Aberdeen's process is a little bit different. They ask for a little bit more information than what we're used to, but that's okay. We just have to find all that relevant information and put it in there. The fourth thing I'm working on is an oil and gas statute. This is a much needed statute. It's going to be comprehensive as well, and it's going to take me a while to craft a really good one. But it's absolutely necessary that we do that, and then plus if we 638 the realty function, I mean, there we go. We have control of all of the necessary steps of this whole oil and gas operation here in Pawnee, so we can hopefully encourage responsible producers to come do business with us, and then hopefully push out irresponsible producers as what we've intended since the beginning. The fifth thing we're working on is the organizational chart, and the last thing I'm working on is officing. So I've got my division directors working on the last two, helping me gather the information. I'm asking them for any kind of suggestions that they may have on how to best do an organizational chart. We do have a lopsided kind of organization right now, and so we want to streamline a little bit. And then officing. We have a lot of space available here, and I think personally we can utilize our space in a more effective manner than we have. So the division directors are helping me out with that. They're cataloging all of the available spaces that they're using right now. And we're going to continue to meet on that because it's something I want to get a handle on. Because there's just some things that make sense that have under one roof. So when somebody comes in, they know that, okay, there's the tax office and there's enrollment, there's property, there's whatever, how we want to organize it. But I'm taking suggestions from the division directors. So we're going to move on that. Now as far as like list of activities that we have done, we are, as far as I know, we are completely done with all of the paperwork side of the earthquake reporting. The main guy from Zurich Underwriters came in last week, wrote his final, or 2 weeks ago now, wrote his final report, and all it needed to do was include the lead and asbestos abatement plan that Marshall Industries recommended to Kuduk's, and attach that to the tire work plan, and now it's just a waiting game for the check to be cut and we can start construction, which is another reason why we're looking at office space as well, because we can use this time to move folks and get them into offices while we're, because I don't want to move a whole bunch of people twice. Continuing to work on our tribal law and order codes, update those. Still in contact with Earth Justice, working through some of the things. I know that there was a scheduling order hearing that was attended by Mr. Mason a couple weeks ago, so we kind of have an idea of what are the next steps in this proceeding. Should be noted that the defendants in the lawsuit, the Bureau of Engineers and Bureau of Land Management, have filed or are going to file their motion to dismiss the case, but that's not unexpected. So we're preparing with that, and we're having consultations with Mike Freeman with Earth Justice on that. We also had an active shooter training recently. HR hosted that training. It's part of it's not necessarily a requirement from the federal government, but it's a recommended training, so we decided to implement active shooters. So that's going to be part of our continuous training cycle, along with fire and tornado and now earthquakes. So with that, that concludes my report. Any questions?
I have
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a question, Andrew, regarding the Department of Fire and Rescue, our fire department here.
Mhm.
There's a notation in here that we have some EMTs, the fire and medical rescuers. I imagine they're EMT certified, going out and doing medical rescues. And they're looking for a $120 honorarium for compensation.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Sure. This is an idea that Monty has brought to me, and he wanted me to start broaching this subject with the business council. The problem is we're not getting volunteers for our fire department, and we do fight a lot of fires. Back when they used to have the Pawnee Scouts, and we used to have quite a bit of participation in that program. But then it just slowly disbanded and dissolved, and now we're having a hard time filling those positions for volunteer. This is strictly for firefighting, and we're looking for the certifications, firefighter training 1, EMT, and those kinds of things that are required of them. But Monty is floating the idea of doing an honorarium, kind of like we pay our commissions $100 for a meeting, pay these volunteer firemen, $120 to fight a fire. So those are just ways that we're looking at it. I've asked Monty to check his budgets to find out where that fund is going to come from, where that stipend is going to come from. And if he can find it and argue it, then bring that before a budget committee, and let's do a budget mod, and let's argue it in budget committee and see if it's something that we can sustain.
Well, that's good, because I know that maintaining those licenses and certifications are expensive.
It's expensive.
Annually, and if you're doing it and then you're volunteering, it would make sense that you have some type of compensation.
Yeah, and it's just one of the ways that we're trying to garner some excitement about, because we have some folks around here that I know of that do have those firefighter one trainings and those, basic EMT training.
Yeah.
It's just that we haven't been able to keep them around, so.
Yeah, that just caught my eye, so I wanted
Yes,
to know
ma'am.
that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please share that list with me that Lower May developed, please?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Okay, thank you, council. Thank you.
Oh, Andrew, I have a question for you regarding this Codex for the flooring that they
Yes.
were proposed to do. Are they going to paint before they put the floor down?
Paint the walls?
Yes.
No, it's not.
I mean, just look at our walls.
I know, our walls, and that's another step. The good thing about it, the epoxy though, is the paint won't stick to it, so we won't have those kinds of issues. But our floor needs to be fixed. I mean, we can paint really, painting is not cost prohibitive. Flooring is, and so if we
Well,
have.
I wanted to paint, usually you paint before you floor, right?
Yeah, I know, and maybe we'll try to time things up a little bit if we can, but we have to get that floor done. It's just.
I'd like to suggest, housing is always volunteering paid for us to repaint things.
Yeah.
You might
Yeah.
go into justice.
Okay,
and ask
I'll
for-
contact
Paint
Jimmy.
is cheap.
I mean,
Yeah,
they're
I'll contact
responsible
Jimmy.
for our youth building, they volunteered for that, so maybe they'll volunteer for that.
And I may be speaking on something that I may not know everything, because Jimmy's taking the lead on this.
And I know
So-
you want to get married over there, so go all out and get the walls painted
No,
up.
I want it to look, I want holes in the wall. I want her to know what she's marrying
Yeah.
into.
And with that statement about paint, it's really important that we maintain even our windowsills out to the agency.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
there's no paint on them.
Yeah.
And
I
they
know.
need to be repainted, so we need to ante up on that and prioritize.
And that's part of the whole property management plan that I've instituted with Jimmy, and he's fully aware of that. And it's just a matter of him doing his order of precedence and what he needs to take care of first, because he's limited on his folks as well. So, I mean, we can only do so many things at once.
I get that.
And we do want to do the windows. Unfortunately, when I talked to Jimmy about doing the windows and making sure they're sealed up and painted,
Yeah.
that was well before the earthquake. Now we have the earthquake, and now some of some of those windows are included in the earthquake damage, so,
And then, instead of having them on those rider mowers, have that Terrell crew come out and do the mowing, and then they can take their time and paint walls and paint windowsills.
Well,
Re-
that's part of
reprioritize their
property,
work.
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
but you're in charge of it, so
Yeah, I
I
know,
can say.
I know.
I
Yes,
have a few things.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed under the Cultural Resources Division, the University of Denver's NACRA coordinator went above and beyond to help us, and I appreciate that.
Anna Motti.
That they,
Yeah, she's awesome.
Okay.
I've worked with her before when I was tip up.
Okay, and talking about Taro, I know right here it says temporary Taro workers, 0. So if we're gonna have them mow the grass and everything, where are we gonna find them?
Well, they're there. It's
You can
seasonal.
speak to that.
We have a pool of people, but whether or not they're actively working on a project, that is
So once
reflected
it
in
goes
that.
up and-
Yeah.
Okay, and then the Stonewood Project General Labor Referrals, at the end of this,
Where are you?
She's at the tarot section.
yeah, the second to the last page, the very last comment is this needs to be addressed, and I'm not sure what needs to be. We do not have any tribal members on the job site. We have posted announcements. Kudux has had a general labor position open for some time. A number of Terrell applicants and no calls. This needs to be addressed.
Of course, and those are being addressed. We have a meeting tomorrow with
Okay, that's
TDC,
what I figured.
but
Okay.
it's more than just addressing it to one particular audience. It's just why aren't we getting our guys hired on the job site? It's a much broader question without placing blame on any one
So
person.
we do have people applying? Is that?
Yes.
Well, we do. We've had some people apply.
But
I
they're
know
not
that's-
being placed?
Well, not with this round, right? We did place some on the first phase of the project, but not on this phase.
Year to date, I believe Joe Hawkins has had 10 tribal members, not just Pawnee, but tribal, or a person that's provided to a tribal
On the jobs.
family. 10 of them, which I think, I think the project's been in place for about 10 months now, so it's, averaging about one a month. To me, that's low. And it comes to negotiating with these subcontractors, these positions.
It comes with a lot of other factors as well that we're looking at, is like gaming licensing and all the other stuff that goes into
It's
it.
been the constant issues
Yeah.
that we've had to face.
Not a lot of
So something
cooperation.
needs to be addressed about it. So
Yeah,
we don't
we're
get
addressing
into
it.
that
We're aware of
problem. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, we'll move to item number 11, which is the Pawnee Nation Attorney General report, and he has sent the report to you. Are there any questions for him?
Mr. President, I have about 2 quick notes.
Okay.
That probably additions to my brief report. I forgot to mention the oil and gas statute, that's ongoing, but with that also the oil and gas handbook. And then also we continue to work on law and order codes and the UCC. And then there's an overarching theme also, and that is that some of our boards and commissions I've attempted to breathe new life into, like Environmental Protection, Tax, and Liquor Control Board. And with that, I've been helping them reform some of their regulations and their code, actually both of them. So, and then of course, a special note, another lawsuit. That is, next week I'm going to have to file suit against Muhlenberger or Muhlenberger. They're a delinquent contractor with transportation. They've been warned repeatedly. Pawnee Nation has paid them money for services. They have failed to do the services, and not only that, they have failed and refused to contact me. So the only option that's left for the nation and for me is to bring suit against them in tribal court, and that will be next week.
Okay.
It brings up something to my mind. What, I know we had that settlement with, and Don, I think, remember this, that, was it Red Rock or Rimrock? The
Rimrock,
IT?
yeah, Rim.
So, did we ever get that completed? As far as the settlement part on that, because they were supposed to offer some time and money?
Yeah, I wasn't here for the completion of it, I wasn't here.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I think we received the funding part, which was very minimal, but I don't think we ever utilized the services, because, some people couldn't pay the money, so that they
Oh.
volunteered their services for,
Yeah.
I don't think we ever used.
All right.
Adrian, I don't know anything about it, but what I'll do is I'll do some research and email you, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, it's 12:06. We haven't got to new business, so. So do we want to go and eat, break, go and eat, come back, or finish up? It's up to you. Break. All right. Let's come back. It's 12:06. Let's come back at 1 or 1:30. Where are you going?
Where are you taking it?
Let's come back at 1.
All right.
1:15, yeah.
1:15 then. 1:15. We'll split it. We'll go ahead and, we can do one of two things. We can call the meeting back to order, or we can all go take a nap. So we'll call the meeting back to order. And we are, item number 12, new business. And so we will start down the line. Number 1 is discussion and approval of ICDBG swimming pool project.
I believe that we sent y'all a summary. I have extra copies.
I've got it here.
You don't need it? Does anyone else?
Yes, no, I'll just take it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
This is kind of the more of the summary brief talk that y'all had at previous Friday.
Thank you. Oh, wait.
Is that a different thing?
No,
Oh, okay, I've got it. Is this an extra copy?
I just printed some extra copies in case I didn't,
Okay.
have it.
Okay, I have mine pulled up.
Microphone, so we can get it on tape.
There we go, okay. So the summary states, a few things. What we're addressing is the 2015 the pool. So on page 1, it kind of gives the basic demographics of it. So what we're looking at is, I think in total, 749, that includes a 216,000 leverage resource. Now what it does, this is a 5-year to complete the project, and these are just estimate numbers. So once we bring in a CM, these numbers may or may not fluctuate. So do keep that in mind that these are just estimates. Also, if we decide what to do, there's no penalty from HUD to return the money, and it may not have to return administrative costs. So do keep that in mind if you decide on what y'all would like to do.
Brian, say that again, please?
That there will be no penalty from HUD if we decided to return the money for the Aquatic Center, and we may not have to return the administrative costs. Now, the 2016 is still in limbo, pending a decision too, which is the campgrounds, but to move forward with that, we would have to address Aquatic Center. So, just to be a brief description of what we proposed at the beginning to now, this is going to be the minimal requirement pool. So it's just going to be a 3-lane lap pool with a ramp that goes down, no bathrooms, no changing rooms, just 2 station showers. They would just be on the restrooms, and the facilities will be connected with the gym. There, they can just use that. Now, this is the reason why that is because of the first budget. You see, option A and B had those restrooms in there.
So the decision's been made, or is that what, I thought the decision was for us to make it today, what option we wanted and where the funding was coming from, correct?
Yes, but I'm just kind of giving a brief description, going over a few things, just re-going over some things. As well as these numbers are not, we would have to also have some additional funds for relocating the children, childcare, renovating the existing fitness center, and after-school program facilities. So those numbers ain't in here, and the maintenance costs per year of the pool would also have to be.
What option are you, what option? If you could give us the option and what the summary of that option is, and then what additional costs that we need to look at associated with the option would be more clear to us so we can follow along.
Okay, well, option C is going to be the most logical decision. Yeah, it's going to be, well, we don't have it, the blueprint.
Yeah.
We just got the numbers, which is going to be this form right here, and it's going to be 1.4. And those talk about the numbers that are, at the 749, that's with the HUD. So we'd have to make up the difference to the 1.4. But what I was stating, the 1.4 is just for the pool, not the money that you're going to need, that we would have to also spend of relocating the daycare children and renovating the fitness center. That's not in this budget because this is just the pool. So I just wanted to
So for
make that, for, yeah.
For clarification, Brian, option C, the 1.4 million is just for the 3-lap pool and then the ramp
Yes, ma'am.
into the pool. And, right, and then there's additional cost down here that's associated, that's non-related to this project, but will be affected by it, what is the child care center and then the fitness center. And for further clarification, will, with any of options A, B, or C, we still have these additional expenses and the maintenance and repair? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I add just something real quick? Option B and option C are identical, except for the fact of the restroom facilities. Because what we did when we met with the architects and engineers for the pool project is we asked them if there's a way to come down from the cost, and one of the ways they said they could do it is by removing some of the plumbing. So we had a meeting with IHS, their Jeremy, yeah, who does the building inspections and building codes for everything around here. And he said that we could use deck showers. So B and C are similar, are identical. On the pool side of things, the only thing missing is a changing room and indoor, like a shower facility. Because with option C, you just have deck showers. So they're just kind of, you come in and there's deck showers that you can rinse yourself off before you get in the pool or come out of the pool. But it's still going to be indoor aquatic, and it's still, so B and C are similar, except C has, C, we don't have blueprints for C.
What are these blueprints?
Those are A and B.
Yeah, the pool's going to be identical, it's the concrete is going to be identical, it's just when you see those restrooms, like he was saying, just you'll take that out
Yes.
and just install the.
Yes. So for option C, just take out that whole top part, that whole west part of that.
Where it says family change,
Yes.
family change,
Where-
family change,
Yes.
and utility.
Excuse me, so where are they going to use the restroom?
Yeah, for the gym. The facilities, the IHS guy came and looked at the facilities here, and, he said we could use those facilities, the restroom facilities here, as a change room because we're connecting the pool to this whole thing, so these restrooms are going to can be considered the restrooms for the pool. The only thing we don't know for sure is if we need to add more stalls to the PVC or to the multi-purpose room. But I don't think we do. I think we came away saying that I think they're adequate enough. Maybe I can get some clarification on that.
I think we talked about this in Mr. Pratt's office. I don't know who this Blue River architect is. I mean, there's plenty of pool builders around here. I was envisioning, to be quite honest with you, I was really envisioning a state-of-the-art pool. If you've ever gone to a really nice hotel, they've got the walk-in, the graduated tile that walks in for little toddlers and wheelchairs and those that you can't get around too good. And then they're maxed out, at 5 foot swimming pool.
Yeah.
They don't do slides, they don't do diving boards anymore because of liability.
Yeah.
Broken necks, broken foreheads.
Yeah.
So, to me, and I have a rub on it, this 1.4 for something that little children can't even really get into without standing on the wheelchair ramp, I don't get it.
Does it graduate, or is it?
No, it just jumps,
It
goes to a lab.
Yeah, it goes to the lab.
Oh, how many feet is it, 5, all the way across?
It's 3 and it goes down to 6 or 8.
So it starts at 3 feet and then goes to
Is it
6?
graduated? I don't know if it was graduated. I thought it was just.
I heard it was graduated.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, oh, so it does, yeah.
Oh, it goes to 10. I'm sorry. I don't know what a 10-foot pool, how that's going to benefit anybody. Yeah, I just have just a big problem with it.
Well, the costs were definitely not what we were expecting when we put this out.
Well, and this is only one architect, right?
And they based their numbers on a recent pool that they did in Tulsa, and it's jumped up 40%, and it could go up another 10-15% when we hire a CM. So that's why we say that these numbers may or may not.
And then we have the whole deal of how are we going to support this? We can't even get paint on a wall. How are we going to support a pool?
What's the measurements from one end to the other? How long is it?
I'm showing it's 32 feet by 75 feet, just pool-wise.
35?
And then you got a 10-foot surrounding on concrete deck.
35 by 72.
And it doesn't include any patio tables, chairs, nothing. Not a pool brush, not a nothing.
It's just a pool.
Well, the wellness center that I use at CPN, they have have you ever been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's about half this size or even less, and they have water aerobics there. They have all kinds of water activities there in half the size of pool.
Yes.
Couldn't we just do something like that and then maybe look at
A pool
a
pad?
splash pad outside? You know what I mean?
Well, we would have to look at the grant, because remember, we wrote the grant specifically with certain objectives and goals in mind.
Did we put specifications in
Yes,
there?
we did.
We said it was going to be 90 feet long and all this kind of crazy?
We specified that it would be Olympic lanes. We didn't specify, I don't know the number of lanes. I think we already allocated the space, so we knew we were going to be about maybe 4 lanes max. But we did specify what it would be used for, the handicap ramp, accessibilities, because that was the whole point of the pool. So when they submitted this grant in 15, we're kind of locked into the design. So, and this is an A&E firm that is giving us a very conservative estimate. They always go higher usually than a CM does, but they did warn us that the price is going to fluctuate pretty dramatically here in the next couple of years.
But do you see what I'm saying about
Sure.
a pool with just
Sure.
a graduated walk-in? I mean, it's friendly to anybody and everybody. I envision little kids coming here during the summertime to swim.
Yep.
I envision elders coming in to exercise and do water aerobics. Wheelchairs, physical therapy people.
Yep.
To me, this is the first time I saw this plan was in Mr. Pratt's office a couple weeks ago. And I asked about that. And I want to know about sustainability.
Yeah.
How are we going to sustain that? How are we going to keep that pool nice? I don't want to spend tribal money on something that's going to be full of algae and mold in 2 years.
Yeah. And again, Councilor Addison, this is something that was sticker shock for us because option A, B, and C are essentially the bare minimum of what we wrote in our grant. So those designs are what are specified in the grant. For one thing, we put in the grant that it would be a saltwater pool, right? And those are costly as well. We put in the grant that we would have, a certain handicap accessibility, and we have lanes and ways to get, elderly folks in and out of the pool, and for different programs to use that space. So these are A, B, and C are the minimums. I mean, this is what our grant allows. There's not much deviation we can go from option A, B, and C.
So I don't see any stairs.
There's a ramp.
I know there's a ramp.
Yeah.
But even if we had steps, going down from when you get to that 3rd foot level and you take some steps going down, I mean, at least that would be helpful for children and elderly people with maybe a couple rails.
Well, we couldn't because we specified in the grant that this would be wheelchair accessible, that we could roll people into the pool.
That's why it should be graduated.
So it had to be a ramp, and that's what it is. If you look on the far left-hand side of that pool.
I see it, I know.
It's a ramp, because otherwise we would have to purchase equipment where you can lift people out of chairs and put them in the pool, and that's cost prohibitive as well.
Wow.
So there's no provisions in the grant, I mean, construction, there's change orders all the time.
Yes.
Right.
There should be some provisions of the grant to where we could go back and propose something more small or to change it up, just so that we can basically get what we want.
And we have, and Reva's been in contact with HUD about that, and that's what you get with A, B, and C is pretty much the deviations from everything that we originally intended and envisioned was basically stripped out of it. So we could get to the price that we needed.
But have you all even has the committee considered a smaller pool with a splash pad and presented that to HUD to see if that's an option?
I don't know that it was presented to HUD, but it was discussed. You know, the splash pad part was discussed on there at one point to accommodate the children. But I think in that discussion and other people that may have been there, that was going to send the prices up through the roof even more.
Yeah.
Even with the smaller pool?
Splash pad?
Yes. I don't know about the smaller pool now. That's what I'm saying. The splash pad, at one point, it was talked about the pool and if it was the size and the dimensions, but they was talking about the splash pad being an additional part in there. And they was even talking about it at this time. Now, this is when they was kicking around ideas of having that even to where you could open up a door or like like a big old place where it could be partially exposed outside as well. So, but they were talking about once you get these splash pads, you know, some of those splash pads have certain, you know, things that go along with them that were pretty expensive. I was really surprised at how much some of those things were costing. You know, they had like the little bucket thing that fills up with water and dumps out, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And then even the materials that they put on the floor so that they don't get mold and all that other kind of stuff in there was pretty expensive as well. So, you know, but that was just with the requirements of the pool. Now, I don't know if you could get it reduced to, say, half or 3/4 of that and then include that. I don't know if that's possible or not.
But the cost isn't just, I mean, I looked at the numbers and the cost that they're projecting is not just the size of the pool or the dimensions of the pool itself, it's the entire structure. I mean, it's a metal buildings have increased in price in the last couple of years. It's
But
the
if the metal,
fireproofing and
if you reduce if you reduce the size of the pool, that reduces the size of the metal building,
yeah.
which saves money, which can be transferred to the splash pad.
It just depends, it would depend on HUD, is the answer I can give you, is what they would be willing to change. Because this is what we have in the scope, and I know Bree has done a lot of work to try to get it.
Well, and we respect that for Reba, that's her job, okay?
Yeah.
But we're talking reality here.
Absolutely.
And spending money.
Yep.
And being a little bit disappointed, if you will, on this plan. And I want to know how we're going to sustain it. I mean,
We haven't even got to that discussion yet.
I know that, and we're going to need a full-time person. Well, you have to check that pool and vacuum it and do all of the alkaline testing and all. You've had a pool,
So,
I've had a pool.
do we need to go back to the drawing board?
I don't know if we can.
Yes.
Saltwater,
this
yeah,
is
that's
it.
saltwater.
This is it. I mean,
So
I don't
anyways,
know. The resource center costs around 1.1, 1.2, so a pool, the what we're looking for should have been, I mean,
I
that was
know.
reasonable.
And maybe we're going to be able to,
1.4 is reasonable.
let's be hopeful
Yeah.
that we can find a pool maker
Yeah.
within the area that can be a little bit reasonable. I mean, if you were to lay a pool in your home, I know my pool is like 50 foot across by 30. You've been in my pool
Yep.
many times. That runs about 40 grand.
The difference though is residential versus commercial.
I understand that.
The commercial side
Double
of
them,
things,
just double it.
it increased the cost. like
But I'm
crazy.
just saying that, I think that, I don't know what this guy's trying to do, and I would hope that we farm out this architectural services, you know,
Well,
that we
we did-
really look.
We
hard.
did
bids.
We submitted bids.
They came and
I
presented
remember.
to us, and we voted on it. Blue River. Yeah, right there.
I know. So anyways,
Yeah.
I need to say that. I need to say it.
Well, let me say that, I want to say this part, you know, and I know we've had this discussion before, you know, and this is something that at the very beginning we talked about when I first got on council 4 years ago, and this was proposed and everything, but then we had the water situation here that was going on in the whole community, you know, the drought, you know, and everything that we had, and then so we kind of put it on the back burner. But, you know, one of my things that I think about, you know, all the time is that, you know, this is something, you know, And regardless of how we do it, if we have to reduce the size or add a splash pad on it or something, the thing is that, I think this community needs it, somebody had made mention about, I think you said, about seeing the little kids, swimming in the summertime, With this facility, they can swim year round, And, we've all talked about the different aspects of rehabilitation, of exercise and all this kind of stuff, those things that's tied with that, Since I've been here, since I've been a little kid in this community, there has been very seldom anything for our youth. Rome Chief, when I was a little kid, was a youth center. It was a youth center. It had a basketball court, had video games and everything, and all of a sudden it disappeared for bingo. So, and since then, there's never hardly been anything, So I think about the youth, because I think they're going to be utilizing it more than anybody else. But the thing is that, I think our people are due something like this, Regardless if it's a smaller pool or a splash pad or we're getting this full size, I agree with what Andrew said, our building up there, was, in the same ballpark. And I understand what you're saying too. I agree with you too about the sustainability of that, the maintenance and everything else as well. But we need to try to make it work. However we can, whatever we need to try to make it work. I think that we're long overdue with something like this, especially for our youth, for our kids to use.
Well, this is going to be completely off topic, but I'm going to go there. So we have a pool. We've got basketball courts. We've got, say we have a snack bar. I would hope we had a snack bar with this pool during the summertime and that it's facilitated by somebody within the tribe. So why aren't we just going to even entertain the thought, and I'll just throw it out, you guys, why don't we just entertain the thought of summer daycare for our elementary students? A lot of them just stay home all day while their folks are working. Maybe make it affordable for them to come in and, to be active and that type of thing. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. Generate some income as well. So, yeah, that's right. And kids can learn how to swim.
Well, and it also promotes health. I mean, we have the fitness center right there. too,
Exactly.
have
So
some
there's
type of
lots
youth
of things
program.
that we could do for our kids right here. So, I'm not opposed to having a pool. I want that. I want good things for us. I just want to be realistic. And getting the best bang for the buck and making sure that whatever it is that we end up getting, we can be, number one, proud of. Number two, we can sustain it.
How long do we have?
That's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask Brian, let me just ask this. If we send it back to you all and ask you to look at a smaller pool with a splash pad and cost associated with that, are we still in compliance with the grant and timelines for the grant, things of that nature?
Yeah, we still have 5 years to do it. We go back and, address HUD and see what they say.
So we have some time to look at that option. That's what I want.
We don't have 5 years though. We have to.
To complete the project.
Yeah, to complete the project, but we have to have a budget submitted and we have to have things submitted to HUD, I think coming up in May. I'll get with Reva to let you all know. I'll shoot you all an email about when exactly the timeline is, but it's coming up pretty soon.
But not only that, though, HUD is the final say, so if we could actually change it too.
Because we have to expend 80% of the funds this year.
We have to expend them, or they
Expend
have
us.
to be,
We have to expend them.
okay.
We have 5 years to complete the project, but we got to expend 80% of it by the end of the year.
Okay. And you're talking fiscal year end or
Calendar year.
So what's the
But I can.
top price is $2 million? Is that right?
Top price?
312,000? That's the most expensive, that's the one that we really wanted, right?
That was 2.3.
Yeah, 2,312,000?
That was option A.
Option
And
A.
2.1 was option B.
And that's with the bathrooms. I can't see our little kids swimming in the pool without a bathroom nearby. I mean, I just can't see them jumping out and running over there, and we don't want accidents. I think it's just something real important that we need, you know, so I just gotta throw that out there. And you know, our fitness center we have, it sustains itself. You know, we charge a fee, nevertheless, that's what I was thinking we were gonna do with this, you know, you're gonna have water aerobics, things like that. Just need somebody to get things, you know, coordinated, get a coordinator where, you know, you can have those classes, people can, you know, would be willing to pay for them, I do believe. You know?
I believe the same thing. You've got a lot of communities here that's going to be, because they don't have anything. You have a lot of communities that will.
So, and then it's a all year round thing, and, you know, I see how it could sustain itself. Get a good plan in there. And another thing, my gripe about the fitness center, they don't sell water or anything over there. I'm like, why aren't you selling bottled water to people who are working out?
The equipment
I mean, I'm just looking at it as a way where, you know, they could be generating more income to that facility to help cut the costs. Just, you know, my thought about it. But I don't know. I just want this pool so bad for our community. I just do, you know, and so that's where I think just you shouldn't cut the bathroom part out just for the sake of our little ones.
So let's circle back, Brian. So say we just go for that 2.3, what is the nation's cost?
At the 2.3, more than enough.
About 1.5 million. Yeah.
1.5?
Yeah.
Plus all that extra cost.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we even have a ballpark of what the additional costs are going to be?
No.
Do we know that?
I have additional for what?
Like the renovation of the child care, I mean, of the fitness center and all that?
No.
No.
And we have an estimated 7,000 per year in maintenance. That can fluctuate too.
And maintenance, you're just talking chemicals and
Yeah.
that type of stuff. We're not talking staff.
Yes, ma'am. Lifeguard.
As a lifeguard,
Yeah, lifeguard.
lifeguards,
Or anything like that, just maintenance.
yeah,
Upkeep.
yeah.
This pool has a glass roof.
No, I think it's just gonna be more of a metal frame roof, and it's just gonna have retractable siding that they suggested would be windows, and that would address the windows and skylines. So it would be more windows, it's not, and that's what we.
Do we have to make a decision now, or can we go back soon and discuss?
Good question.
And talk about the options?
It was my understanding, the reason why we had the meeting a few weeks ago and discussed it as a council was to decide then. That was the decision then, and that was my understanding. And the understanding of the meeting was to make a decision, you know, whether or not we was going to move forward then, and then bring it to council to vote.
Well, we can't vote if we don't know how much it is.
And also the reason why we wanted a decision is REVA can go for 2017, which is due on May 12th, if this was.
And it was impressed upon me in calling for the meeting that we were running out of time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just don't know the specifics.
Yeah, and what comes to mind is May.
Yeah, that's for because that's when we decide, well, for two things. I think May, we have to have budgets approved and submitted to HUD, and we also have, that's the deadline to turn in FY 2017's ICBG project, which may be our last opportunity at ICBG, because once we get into 2018 with the new administration's budget, that may not be there anymore.
The 17 is still at a ceiling of 800,000.
Yeah. So if we wait, we're looking at the 27th.
Right.
And the submittal deadline is May 12th for that CBG.
For the.
But that won't hinder you from moving on with the project, writing the grant.
All right, so you're still right.
You're still
right.
We're still moving forward on it.
What we run into if we don't expend the funds by a certain date is it takes points off of our project for next year, and if we lose those points, we're not gonna get the project. So-
Well, and the thing is, we're still running into that anyway, because we're not gonna have 80% of the project expended by the time they award the grant, so we're gonna lose points anyway off of the 2017. That's the way it was explained to us in budget.
We are.
So do we really want to vote on something that there are variables that we don't even know? How much is it going to cost to move the daycare, the fitness center? What's the maintenance? I mean, these are questions that are real.
Good point. Yes, and do we even have a plan for moving the daycare?
No, I'm
No?
not aware of
Okay.
it, because we haven't even talked about the pool, we haven't even
Okay.
finalized anything with the pool.
That's where I am.
You're
So,
still in
and
the
we really don't know
I'm stuck in the
what,
daycare.
well, we can kind of do a guesstimate, I guess, of what the daycare would cost to relocate the children and their toys, whatever we have to move for them. But,
We gotta remember the specifications associated with the childcare. Those are very,
That's
the
right.
requirements, yeah.
yeah.
I was, I was at the meeting when we was discussing this, but I had to leave early for this conference they had down here. So was none of this brought up then during that meeting?
No, and I went into that meeting as an informative meeting, A, B, and C. I didn't know, I was surprised that this was on the agenda today. It wasn't communicated at that meeting to me that said, we need to look at these, make a decision for next council meeting. I didn't get that. And so with that being said, I make a motion to table this, send it back to the committee to check into the other option and also come up with an estimated, as best you can, cost on relocating the daycare and the maintenance costs so that we can look at those, even if it's just a estimate, best guess estimate. We need that information so that we can make an informed decision on how to move forward. That's my motion.
And if we
I will
have,
second that motion.
and if we have to have a special meeting to approve it, let's do it. I would say that my points were the same today as they were last week when we talked about this. Same questions. Why are we spending so much and really not getting a state-of-the-art pool? We're getting just a high school pool. I would really, it's disappointing at best. It's expensive.
Well, and there's some options for revenue, making money. We can enter in an MOU with IHS for physical therapy and things of that nature, and maybe even they would keep up the maintenance, We don't know until we look into those options, so I think that's very viable, as long as we have money in IHS, though. But, that's anything.
But you can look at for other health places too, like even maybe Fairfax, their hospital, if they have, therapy or something, they may want to use their pool, something like that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to table this until the next council meeting, or if we need to do a special meeting, we will. Any other discussion? Call for the vote.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Edson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Sparkle,
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Brian said, where's Reba?
I know it.
All right, we move on to item number 2, approval of resolution 1726, cultural leave policy revision.
Good afternoon. Okay, the first policy is the cultural leave policy. This is a brand new policy, so it was written from scratch to go in line with the recognition of the importance of cultural events and activities. And this leave grants the authorization of employees to be able to take time off for these type of events.
I have a question. I don't say I have a question. I have a comment. And I just don't like it. The only reason why I don't like it is because it's not specific enough. I think that how it reads to me, anything could be considered And, you know, then it's going to be the subject to the supervisor's discretion or whatever, you know. So I think that there needs to be some specifics as far as what the culture is that we have. Funeral feast, visitation, yeah, that's the funeral feast. There could be some other situations where some people maybe have to cook for the Native American church. Sometimes they do have them during days and emergencies, you know, during the week, but most generally they're on the weekends. And usually some of our ceremonies are usually on the weekends too. But I know specifically it's the funeral feast and visitation with Wichita's. Those I think would be a big priority for me, I would say.
And we did have that discussion during HRC as far as placing limitations on it, and the discussion revolved around not wanting to do that based upon cultural events and activities. Different things come up, not only for Pawnees, but other tribes as well. We want to afford them that same opportunity to attend their different events, homecoming, stuff along those lines. So with it being culturally related, to put limitations on it, felt like it was, you know, yes, we were addressing a portion of it, but we were not addressing it as a whole. So that's why it was left as such.
Well, pardon me on that, talk thinks about, you know, do other tribes allow our tribal members that work for other tribes the, you know, ability to use their cultural leave to come to our things that belong to them. You know, maybe I'm being nitpicky on that, but I mean, you know, first and foremost, we're the priority, the Pawnee people.
Exactly, and I agree with that too. I feel like it was too vague when I read it last night, and I don't know any event. I mean, I would be cautious on 5 consecutive days for cultural leave. I worry about of course, the cost as treasurer, the cost associated with that, and the work that's not, you know, who's going to handle the workload, you know. But specifically, cultural leave, cultural events and activities is not specifically defined. I think, you know, it's good to think about those things of other tribes, but we're Pawnee, you know, we're Pawnee. We need to be specific to Pawnee culture in relation to our morning feast, our, you know.
Let me say
What was
this.
that other one you mentioned?
Well, the visitation
The
is the one, you know,
visitation,
that,
yeah.
now that's, you know, that's usually a week and a half long. And what we've been doing in the past is we've been allowing them, I think, 2 or 3 days cultural leave. And then they could utilize three days cultural leave, and then they could use their other, if they, you know, their PTO if they want. But, you know, going back to the feast now, you know, like Bruce, how many, you know, times are you busy during the week? You know, when you have funeral feast. I mean, you never know. And he's not the only one that does feast, you know, and everything as well. And you have cooks and things like that, you know. Those are the two priority ones, the main ones that I see right now that affects the working hours. So.
Well.
Now, you know, if someone wants to go to a powwow in California, I don't consider that cultural leave myself, you know, but because if you do that, then everyone's going to be taking every Thursday and Friday or Friday and Monday off.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to HRC to get more specifics and outline the parameters and indicate specific events as related to Pawnee Nation.
Oh, I have a question. Do you have a description somewhere in here that describes cultural, Pawnee Nation culture?
No.
Okay. Well, I just wondered because, you know, I wrote the policy for the property department on the rental buildings, and the previous, or a person who was in there before, you know, she was like, well, I don't know what cultural leave is. And so that's why I'm just, you know, some people may not understand exactly what what that covers, so I might suggest that maybe somewhere in there you could give descriptions of things that you're putting in there so that people just have a better understanding of what that involves.
Yeah, and I would say this much, you know, although maybe going to a powwow out in California is probably not part of this program, but we do have our dances here. And sometimes your folks' flag is flying up there, and it would be nice that you would be able to take the day and be with your family to do those kinds of important things. I just think that, you know, I've always been a big advocate of, I just soon, you know, close the place down for afternoon funerals. You know this. I've shared that many times. I don't think it's right for our Pawnees to be having to work when we're having a morning feast right here within our own community. You know, it just, to me, is just very disrespectful to that person that's gone. You know, we don't seem to honor that person very much and that family. So that's my own deal. I've been singing that song and beating the old dead horse forever. But you know, it's important to say that it's not only just those things, but there are other times that we need that time off. So I think to keep it broad rather than reducing it and making it so specific would be good, and it would be at the discretion, of course, of, I mean, you know, you could talk to the cultural committee, maybe they can help you, you know, better, but I think there is sometimes that when's the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
What I would suggest, because I see this going back to you all and then coming back in here, and then we're going to hash it around. I would like to suggest two council people meet with you all, because you can give perspective from here, because it needs to pass through here. And Matt, we appreciate you, and I know this puts you at a disadvantage because
You don't know.
you are what you are, and you're talking about Pawnee things, you know, and that's what we're discussing here is Pawnee things, and so you're at a disadvantage. So I would ask Adrian, would you help them out? And I need one more.
Donna's already on there.
Oh, Donna's on there. So Adrian and Donna,
Yeah.
if you all would meet with them and just that way you can discuss with us and the things that we have talked about, and then impress upon them because it needs to pass here.
Yeah, and that would be good because we really need to, that's where, you know, some of the lack of focus has been. Is it going to be for other tribes? And I haven't seen it that way. I see it as Pawnee.
Yeah.
It's what keeps our culture going. And it's important.
So what we need, since it's on the agenda as an approval, we need a motion to table.
So moved.
Have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Amy seconds. Call for the vote.
Amy Middleton, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Addison?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Leanne King?
Yes.
So item number 2 is tabled. We'll move to item number 3, approval of resolution 1727, grievance procedure steps policy revision.
Real quick, when you guys make the meeting for that cultural league, you have to notify me, so.
We will probably be addressing it next week,
Yeah, we can.
next Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, are you presenting on the grievance?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the grievance procedure was placed on the agenda item several months ago. We had brought it back to HRC for discussion. And basically what we did with the grievance procedure is do almost a full complete rewrite of the grievance procedure. As far as some of the history involved in making all these changes, we did pull several grievance policies to numerous Fortune 500 clubs for comparison to see kind of how their grievance policy was written and read. The one that seemed to be most aligned with how ours currently was the Dartmouth College's grievance procedure. So what this does is this takes a lot of the issues that would be considered more along the lines of law enforcement involvement and or court involvement and takes them out of the grievance process and limits the scope of grievable type events to our policy on something that at our level, being in the Human Resource Department, would be capable of handling and managing. Anything above that, we would take the initial information, but then from there it would coincide with local law enforcement and or tribal court, depending upon the severity of the nature of the report being filed. Some of the things that did stay the same from our last time we met here was in line with reducing the time restraints, which goes in line with a lot of the larger corporations as well, making it a more speedy process for both the grievant and the person who's responding to it.
I don't know about anybody else, but I had a huge problem with in the first paragraph that any race discrimination or sexual harassment or sexual orientation, religion, all that would be referred to the courts. So to me, what we're, and I don't know, I mean, from a victim advocate standpoint, if somebody came to me as a supervisor and they were saying somebody sexually harassed them, and I said, okay, we'll go file a tribal court, what does that tell that victim? I don't, but that's what this policy reads.
Well, see, I don't feel that neither myself nor anybody in the tribe, for that matter, is qualified to conduct an investigation, make a decision on a sexual harassment complaint, where I feel that local law enforcement and tribal courts is. Now, I think those issues could be brought to us, but then I think we're the ones who take the initial complaint and bring it to the people who are trained in that capacity to be able to handle those.
That's a whole different scope of HR than I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
HR conducting investigations?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Coaching counsel. Absolutely. And there, you know, because there's, and I might.
Well, I think you're right. I think what we're envisioning in this grievance process is, yes, there is always going to, if somebody comes to me or HR and says, I've been sexually harassed, there's always an investigative phase, and yes, we terminate it. But we're talking about the grievance aspect of it.
Right.
So the terminated employee,
right.
I mean, that needs to be in court because that is not something we can settle through our policies. Now, the steps, if the claim is brought to us,
right.
That handled under employee discipline, we handle that claim.
Right.
But we're talking about the grievance aspect of it.
Okay, let's walk this through the scenario then. You have a victim that comes forward and claims harassment, sexual harassment, and so you will investigate, you determine, you, HR, whoever determines that it's not valid and nothing happens. So their only recourse is it's over with, or file something in tribal court and there's no grievance process. Where's the due process in that?
That's the way it works. That's the way it works in the real world. Because we're not talking about the disciplinary proceeding here. We're talking about the grievance.
I know, but they should have an option to file a grievance. If they go to HR and HR says, no, I disagree, this didn't happen and it's a done deal, they should have another form to go to file that grievance because they're not satisfied with what HR or what the decision was made at that level.
Wouldn't it just go to our HR committee at that moment?
No, it doesn't. It goes to the
They
manager,
don't want
it goes to the director, and then it goes to the committee.
And then.
What we were trying to do is make the grievance process harder to get into, right? Because right now we can grieve anything. Right now, the way our grievance policy is written is that an employee can file a grievance on absolutely everything and anything. But that limits what our managers can do. So a lot of times our first step and our second step in the grievance process is a facade, really, because there's no really action that they can take. For example, if you're asking for a manager to terminate an employee from another division who may have insulted you or harassed you, well, that manager, your manager that you're grieving to, that they can't make that terminate. They can't make that decision to fire that other employee. So automatically that grievance goes to another step, right? And then that other step is, can you have another division director fire another division director's employee. No, so then it's gonna go to the HR grievance committee. And not even the committee can do that, right? And so these are things that we want to make it harder to get into grievance, but to open it up for managers and division directors to actually settle grievances, right? Versus have a grievance process where everybody can go into grievance, but our managers and directors limited on what they can actually do.
I don't know. I think for one, too, you know, if you have people complaining about an employee,
Sure.
we need a form. So that person, you can go ahead and complain, but you're gonna write it down, you're gonna sign it and date it here. Because there's lots of speculation like that, lots of drama that goes on around, and I really want you to take that back and figure that out. We need something that protects our employees. It happens all the time. Had an incident down at Snack-a-Pack. You know, an employee that was just bowled over, you know, by a manager person. Not cool. So we need to track those, and if you have a complaint, write it down and sign and date it. And then maybe we'll act on it. But with this, I've just never heard, I just have never, maybe because I work in a large environment, that we do everything within HR.
Sure, and I think that, I mean, this is taken from, again, we went to like 30 to 40 Fortune 500 companies, other Indian tribes in Dartmouth University. This is what their HR policies state. I mean, this is a mirror of that. Because grievance is viewed as, we want to be able to handle the grievance internally. I mean, if there is a valid sexual harassment claim, after HR fires that person that actually sexually harassed, if there's a grievance process to be afforded, it's not going to be through us, because that goes to a court.
I get it.
If you've been fired for sexual harassment, you can't go through our grievance process.
Right.
Because we don't have, that's a law enforcement question.
And so this is all the same.
Yes, that's exactly what it's saying. It's saying that it's not limiting what people bring to HR, it's just limiting the scope of what they can do. We're not going to do judicial proceedings within HR. We're just not going to do it. So.
Well, I don't know, I still disagree, but that's me, I just disagree. The other things that I didn't like about it is that we reduced the time frame from 5 to 3 days, and we allow, 3 days, and then you get down further. Then, on step 3, following business day, the agreed or the one who's making the appeal has to file something the next day. It takes time to draft those things.
Well, see, that's the thing, we don't want them to.
Can I finish?
Yes.
It takes time to draft those things, but then in item 2, you give the grievance committee 10 days to review it. I just don't think that's fair in that piece.
The grievance person should either agree or disagree with the decision. They should not add additional information to the initial grievance.
Well, don't they have to draft something to state why they're appealing?
No.
On the initial step.
They just make a statement, I disagree?
No, the response from the supervisor is written, we actually have forms for these. The response from the responding party is done on a form. Then the bottom of that form says, I agree with the above resolution and consider this case closed, or I disagree with this decision and wish to appeal it to the next level. And the reason why we made those form changes several months ago when we actually did the grievance part for that very reason. When somebody would file an initial grievance, they weren't content with the decision, will then say, I disagree, and then add, B, C, and D with it. Then it went to the next level, well, I disagree with this, and now I also disagree with E, F, and G, and by the time it got to the committee, to me, that's a totally different, separate issue. If, we're dealing with the initial grievance itself, to have the opportunity to add to it throughout the grievance process is negating from the initial claim. Now, if there's additional factors, that should be a separate grievance in itself. So that was the reason for the one-day response. You read the decision, think, is this sufficient to what my claim is, and I'm happy and satisfied with it, or no, I disagree and wish for it to be reviewed at the next level.
Well, I still think 1 day, the following day is too short. I mean, if anything, I would want to consult with my family, give some opportunity to think it over and mull it over. The next following business day is not, I don't see the due diligence in that. Even, I understand what you're saying, but I still think going through a process like this before as a supervisor. I mean, I was a supervisor here and I worked the current policy and it worked. It worked for us. And so I don't know why you all wanted to change it.
It doesn't work.
It worked for me. And I don't know, when you're a supervisor, you're a supervisor. You have to handle these issues whether you want to or not.
Sure.
I think that there was a massive number of grievances in a short period of time, and they were seeing a very long, drawn-out process. And so what the driver in this policy change was to shorten the process. I also share that concern of yours, and I also voiced the two concerns you did about the first paragraph, and then that time frame, you know, because you could be on travel and you could not be notified, you know, so I really, you know, feel that we needed a little more time there for that person to make the decision whether they would go on or not. So, you know, we're open to any.
I didn't see anything about travel in there. Is there something in there about travel?
No, I mean.
Because I know that's happened before.
Right, well, it's one following business day after this decision is received. So, yeah, if they're out on travel or gone or something along those lines, I mean, it's not going to, that one day is not going to start until they actually receive what the decision is.
So you could email it to them while they're gone and they have to?
No, I would wait for them to come back to give it to them on grievances.
Specified.
I just want to say a little part about what Andrew was talking about as far as like the days, you know. This is just my opinion, you know. Sometimes, you know, everybody's different. Every individual handles things differently, and especially if we don't know where they come from. Now, you know, depending on the severity of the issue that's at hand or whatever, you know, like she said, you know, they may sit back at home and be like, man, I don't know if I want to take this next step or not. They might talk with their family a little bit, you know, and stuff. I mean, you know, some people might be processing things, you know, where you have somebody be like, you know what, I'm ready to keep on going, you know, I want to keep on with this grievance. Where others might say, you know what, I just don't want to deal with it no more. But if they have time, if they have a little more time, then they could actually kind of think about these things, you know, and in some kind of a rational kind of way, because to me, I just think that, you know, we have to kind of understand their side as well as where they're coming from, you know. Some people have to kind of really think about these things of how they want to, if they want to continue on or not. And we don't know what their past is, you know. Maybe it's, if it's sexual harassment, maybe it's something they've experienced before, or maybe they've, you know, been in the home place or something, and they, you know, there's a lot of factors that's going on in these individuals' minds, you know, stuff that I think just giving them a day or what the time frame was, I'd be rather short, you know, to continue on taking it a step further. That's just my opinion.
So what would you suggest?
I don't know. I just think that.
3 days?
Well, I mean, to me, it follows along with what everything else is. 3 days. So you would keep it consistent. I would assume in 3 days they could come up with that.
Yeah. Because sometimes people just are so emotional during those times anyways.
Exactly.
They make rash decisions or they don't make any decision at all and they kick themselves for the, you know.
Just to put things in perspective as far as time frame, from the time a grievance is filed until it's done and complete and a decision has been reached by the committee, how our policy is currently written, we're looking at about a 6-week process from start to finish.
I can appreciate that. But I think what we're trying to say is if everybody is in agreement rather than 1 day, could we make it 3 days? Like
I would be fine with that.
Step 2(1). The employee shall present an appeal to the division director through the human resources director the following business day after the decision is received. And we would like to say shall present an appeal within 3 business days. Does that make sense, everybody?
And it's consistent.
And it's consistent with everybody else's 3
I'm
days.
fine with it. I just, you know, I would think in 3 days, they should be able to
Yeah.
feel better about where they want to.
And we see where you guys are going with it. It's just, I didn't mean to say guys. We understand where you're going with it. 3 days just makes more sense. And I would say for step 3 as well, right? Number 1.
I just don't like it, brushing your employees off to the tribal courts. Like that. If it's an employee, it should be dealt with. The tribe, not the court system. That's just my opinion. I don't like the first part of this policy.
And don't we have something in place, I mean, no tolerance policy for stuff like this?
We have in another disciplinary parts of our
Yeah.
HR.
I mean, I would think that there'd be a no tolerance policy for any of this.
Well, here's what I'm concerned about. I terminated an employee. That employee says that I terminated her or him because of gender discrimination.
Sure.
They file a grievance. Matt does an investigation. He finds out that, yeah, there may have been gender discrimination. Well, I'm not just in violation of our policy at that point. I'm in violation of federal law, right? So at that point of the discussion, then the employee needs to be made aware that you've got a claim, go to court, or whatever. But I'm not going to put the Pawnee Nation in a position to build a case for an employee to go to tribal court, because I'm in violation of federal law. If they find out that I've violated, you know, whether it's through gender or through race or whatever, how is the grievance committee going to deal with that? How is the grievance committee going to address the issue that I violated federal law?
I thought we were a sovereign nation.
Well, not in federal court, you're not. I mean, if you violate, you know, the federal law, federal discrimination laws, and somebody goes to court, you know, and somebody goes to court.
EEOC,
Right, and what if the grievance committee makes a ruling that on these big issues, makes a determination that there is no violation of federal law, we're a sovereign nation? Well, then that employee can run to federal court and say, Your Honor, I'm not getting due process of the Pawnee Nation, and that just brings more justification for a federal court to exert jurisdiction over the Pawnee Nation.
I get it.
I'm not saying, and maybe we can reword the initial paragraph a little bit better, but I'm not saying that employees can't bring these issues for us. I'm just saying that if there is a founding of something that rises to color of law violations, well, then they need to be handled
I would
and
agree,
pursued,
because
and
it
not
does
handled
keep
by
us-
grievance.
It keeps us out of liability.
That's what we're looking for. And
I
I
get
can
it.
reword it and bring it back, because we're not in a hurry for this.
Just as a protection from the nation.
We're not in a hurry with this policy, so
Okay.
all your input is extremely valuable
I
because it helps
understand
to
it,
shape it.
I like that.
I just kind of look at things on a different side, I guess, because I was an employee of the nation, and, you know, I look at it on a different side. Well, what if that was all true? What about the victim? You know, oh, well, we don't want to deal with it, go to tribal court and deal with it over there. I'm looking at it on the different side. You can call it the devil's advocate or whatever. I've never heard of anything going on in the Pawnee Nation where it went to federal court. Never. Things are handled here, and I know you guys are trying to look out for the protection of the nation, et cetera, et cetera. I can understand that, but I just don't like the wording. Maybe if you can word it a different way where it doesn't just seem where you're just tossing the employee to the court system, you know, just.
Because I now I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. I get where Angela's coming from. I wasn't seeing it before, but I get it now. What we're saying is this: if an employee comes and files a grievance against somebody and says, "Hey, I've been sexually harassed," right? Then Matt at HR, he needs to do an investigation. Should he find that there's a valid basis for sexual discrimination or sexual harassment or gender bias or any of these violations of federal law, the appropriate place is not for a grievance committee. The appropriate place is for Matt to walk over to the Attorney General so the Attorney General can build a case to prosecute an employee in violation of federal law or tribal law. I mean, that's the obligation here.
An ex-employee.
That is what the employee's options are. We're not rushing them off to tribal court. We're just saying that a committee of employees is not the appropriate place to hear somebody's valid claim of sexual harassment because they really can't do anything. It needs to be referred to, Matt Bellender needs to fire the employee through the Attorney General, and the Attorney General needs to build a case and find out if he needs to take this guy or gal to court. That's how it works. That's the way it works.
Right.
So I'll rewrite it, and with the HRC committee, we'll rewrite all the stuff and we'll bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
All right.
I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to table. Item number 3, talk with the vote.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Sandy Addison.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Yes.
Leanna Teeter.
Yes.
Still you? Still me.
Got warm. Okay, the next policy is on the administrative leave policy. The intent behind the changes to this policy is empowering the division directors to have some authority over the allocation of administrative leave to their employees. And also, this is laying the groundwork for a new program in which I've been discussing with Andrew as it relates to the Employee Recognition Program and the Employee of the Month program, taking that authority to allow the directors with the approval and concurrence of the executive director to be able to grant administrative leave as an incentive to their employees.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't like this either. It just reeks and this is not against our employees, this could happen in any organization, but that's why you restrict it to certain levels of administration to make these decisions. Because, I don't know, I mean, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm not saying that this is happening, but I'm just saying as a potential it could happen. What if I have an employee that maybe, I wanna continue to give them admin leave to do whatever they want, and it's taken advantage of. And there's no accountability of it, or I don't know. Are you gonna check on it on a daily?
Well, that's part of the wording in there is says it has to be with the concurrence of the executive director. So it's granting them the authority to approach Andrew with it, saying, hey, I got this employee who, say the nation $10,000, I'd like to give them the day off, where they're having that authority to, make that request. But yeah, it would all still go through Andrew for approval before it's implemented.
Okay, even that. You have 2 different division directors. One's really strict, I expect you to be here every day, and I'm not, and then you have one that's real lenient over here. No, go ahead. You worked late last night, or you put a little up, I'm gonna let you go. But how is that, where's the fairness in it?
This is really to build upon our Employee of the Month program, Employee of the Quarter program, Employee of the Year program to incentivize employees that accomplish great things for us. I mean, if somebody goes out and gets us a grant for $100,000, then granting them 4 hours of admin leave is not an issue. Admin leave is still going to be at the discretion of the executive director. So, I mean, I will be able to notice those division directors who are granting admin leave for people who are coming in, or staying late when they're whatever. That's not what it's for. Admin leave is not for people to get more sleep. Admin leave is still up to discretion for an incentive. We're just putting into policy an incentive program for employees that accomplish great things, and leaving it up to the discretion of the division director to bring those to me. So If I don't notice an employee doing a good job, the division director can come to my office, sit down and say, he's doing a good job, we want to, or she's doing a good job, we want to give him or her 4 hours of administrative leave.
How much?
And I say, why? And then they say, because of this. And I agree or disagree.
And how much advance notice would that be
Advance notice for what?
for their leave?
Well, I mean, it would be at the discretion of the supervisors.
As far as incentives, some of the things that we talked about, I mean, there's 2 ways that you can really reward an employee based upon their actions. The first one is monetary, second one is, time off. Obviously, with budget restraints, anything monetary would be limited in nature, so with time off was the secondary option that came up as a possibility to be able to award those employees who are doing great things for the nation. So that's where this came into play.
How is admin leave going to be paid for then? Now, right now, we don't even book annual leave. We don't book PTO when we do our budgets. So how is admin leave going to be paid for?
That I do not know.
I mean, it's.
My only
The hours
problem,
are in the budget.
my only problem with the, with this kind of a policy, I'm all about giving an incentive, but if I was making $25 an hour, that's a good incentive to be to work and do an outstanding job, but if I was the housekeeper and clean toilets for $10 an hour, that's, that the incentive isn't really there to whatever you're talking about, that somebody goes out of their way to do a good job, That's what I'm just looking at, the kind of like the whole fairness of the whole thing. Because if you make more money, you're gonna want to go beyond, your means or whatever. You're gonna want to be at that job. You're gonna want to make a good impression. You're gonna want to do something that, if you're not, and then how many people really pay attention to our house?
I do. I think our housekeepers are fantastic.
I'm sorry, but, I'm just using it as an example, just saying something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking about with this, with this incentive thing, and so, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw it out there, just
And this is
about-
why incentive is so important. Right? This is why incentive is so important. If Coral is doing a good job, or if Helen or Stevie is doing an excellent job, and Jimmy notices it, and Jimmy notices that they're going above and beyond what they've asked to do, then Jimmy should be able to present that to me and say, hey, I think I want to give Coral a couple hours of admin leave because she did an outstanding job today. Awesome.
Well-
Let's do that. I mean, because I can't, with housekeeping, with the $10, with the budgets we have working with, I can't give them raises.
Every job is worthy.
Every job is worthy.
Every job is worthy. And when people are coming in and spending, it's primarily when we have funerals and all
Yeah.
that, and they're working late, and they're setting up chairs, and they're taking chairs down and doing and going, I can completely appreciate it. I don't like the word administrative leave. I like paid time off. To me, that's what we have at work, paid time off. And you're recognized, it's the same, it's apples and oranges, same deal. People are recognized for working hard.
I like the idea of instilling pride
Me
in
too.
our employees.
Me too. I like it. Well, I'm going to make a motion that we approve this administrative leave form policy. What is the number? Hold on.
1728.
1728, the Section E Administrative Leave Policy for the Human Resources Policies and Procedures Manual.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second on resolution 1728, item number 4. Call for the vote.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson,
No.
Sammy Addison,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horseshoe,
Yes.
Leanne King.
Yes.
Resolution 1728 is approved. We move to item number 5, approval of resolution 1729, employee handbook.
Okay, when I first came on board, going through orientation class, about a week after, I asked if we had an employee handbook, and I was given our policies and procedures, and I looked at that and said, this isn't an employee handbook, this is our policies and procedures. Inquired about an employee handbook, and from what I understand, the nation has never had one. So this has been a year plus in the makings as far as putting this employee handbook together, which is basically an outline of all of our policies and procedures. That is a very more easy read. When an employee first comes on board, we do go through the human resources policies and procedures. However, majority of the time, once they leave out of there, it's about a 2-hour video. They get out to the workstation. A lot of that, was a haze. So the intent of this employee handbook was as they come on board, yes, they would still view the video. However, this is something that they can keep with them and kind of outline a lot of the parameters of expectations that go along with Pawnee Nation, our human resources policies and procedures. A lot of the stuff in here is in direct correlation with our policies and procedures. So the second part of moving forth with the approval of our Pawnee Nation employee handbook is giving the HR the authority to revise as policy revisions are approved as well, because this will be an ever-changing document. As our policies and procedures go before the council and is approved, we will then in turn have to make the change to the handbook so that it coincides with what our current policies and procedures are.
Just you wrote this yourself?
Probably 90% of it, yes. I started with the initial outline and template, and then from there, we've been going through back and forth through HRC, like I said, the better part of probably a year. So there's been quite a bit of input. Even before that, when Jamie Nelson was in HR, she gave me the first amount of feedback on it, and then Roberta gave me more feedback, and then through everybody who's in the HRC has read over it numerous times, has continually provided feedback. But yeah, the main template, Roth get-go, probably 90% or more of it, yes, I created this handbook.
And then Donna, your committee looked it over?
Yes.
And your committee's made up of all employees?
Yes, except for myself, it's all employees. And looking at some of these policies that we brought forward today, some of them were, I shared, some of the feelings like Angela had and you on some of them, those were the initial, and I thought, wait a minute, I've got to stay open-minded. I work with attorneys now, that makes it a little bit different. And, the thing I appreciate about Matt and Jamie and Andrew is that they're coming in and looking fresh eyes, and they're bringing in other perspectives. And so I've been really trying to stay open, open to that.
And, okay, what's the difference between this and HR policy?
That's really not a reading handbook per se, where this is more of a user-friendly, quick reference guide. Right, our human resource policies and procedures manual, I think right now we're sitting at about 141 pages, give or take a couple pages, where this handbook, the gist of it, as far as policies and procedures, I think it's about 40, and covers majority of the questions people are going to be asking who are new employees. How do you take leave? When is your holidays? How do you, do different things? So that's the intent of this user easy friendly method for our employees to have, to be able to bring back to their work locations.
So the policies that we tabled are reflected in this policy. I see they are. So if we approve this today and those are changed, then,
Right, Human Resource Department would make the changes to coincide with approved policy. So yeah, I did put the new ones in there with the thoughts of it being approved through here. So yeah, we'll reflect the grievance and the leave ones back to what they currently are. And then as policies would change, would make those revisions in the handbook.
So if we approve this today and those policies are reflected in this handbook and you hand it out to the employees and they start following them without those policies in place, I mean, that's what my concern is. You see where I'm going with that?
I'm not sure. I'd make the changes before I sent it out.
Okay, so even if we approved it today, but what if you bring those policies back and we don't agree with them and then you'll just make, I just feel like we're putting the horse before the cart or whatever. Cart before the horse. I'm sorry.
I think we probably ought to wait until we get those two policies approved and then, bring this back with it. So that way but that is very important that you have the ability to change it as the policies change.
Yeah. And, one of the things that I've always tried to push was being an employer of choice. I think that's really important. I want people to be proud to be here. I want them to see I work for the Pawnees and we got some nice things going on. I noticed that on page 30, your PTO schedule from 1 to 5 years is 4 hours per pay period. From 6 years and on, it's 6 hours per pay period. That is just so under market.
Right, I agree.
Oh, it's way under market.
I agree. Yeah, we brought that policy to committee before, and due to budgetary restraints, we kept it
Yeah,
as
I would say, if you've been here 5 years, my gosh, at least you deserve, a day for pay period. We're talking 52 hours per employee. I just think that's just fair and equitable. We want to be an employer of choice. I think we should have that as a benefit. I don't know how many hours that is, 52 times, make me do my math. Would you guys agree with me?
I don't think it's in the budget. That's the only thing I don't agree about.
Well,
Because it's something that's gonna have to be paid out.
Well, if we've already, the salaries are already budgeted for the year. They're already budgeted. That's just a benefit. That's part of our.
But you're paying somebody for work that's not getting done.
Well, that happens every day. Anytime you got somebody on vacation time, we're just asking for 2 hours to make it equitable for somebody to be here for 5 years. Otherwise, why would you? Why would you?
I don't know, other tribes I work for about the same.
Well,
But that was,
I worked for the same company for 20 years and my PTO leave is 274 hours a year. So I think that's fair and equitable.
That would have to be booked. I mean, we would have to start budgeting for anything like that, because if we have a policy where we have to pay PTO or they can't carry anything over or whatever, or if they leave, okay, say they have 270 hours and they leave and they want to get paid out. It's booked already in the budget, but if we lose an employee and they take that money with us, it's not booked, so it hits the budget and it causes a shortfall.
Right, if they leave and the payout, yes, that potentially causes a shortfall. Now, normally we have a period of time before a new employee starts, so that uses up a lot of that. But as far as the hours themselves, they're built into the budget. We're budgeted at 2,080 hours a year, full-time employee. So, those hours are in there as far as the dollars there. But if someone leaves and we got to pay them out, then potentially there's a shortfall.
I don't know how there would be a shortfall because they're only going to be paid the accrual anyways, right?
No, it's that you have 2080 hours in a year. That's what's booked in the budget, 2080. And then say they have developed, say we raise it to 8 hours. Say they develop 270 hours of pay and they depart from the nation. According to our policies, they're allowed to get paid PTO, so 270 hours hits the budget.
I understand.
And that causes the shortfall.
And I would say that you could put provisions into that too, because you don't want to have that liability. Because we have to report that at work, we have to report that in June. You have to use half your PTO by June the 30th at work. Okay, so what you would do is just say, okay, you could only carry over 40 hours.
We just brought our policy up to 240 as a carryover, just a month or two ago, so.
Yeah. Anyways, that would be something that I would like to see is to, we really want to say we mean it for our employees. I think we should at least, no, it doesn't bring them up to standards from outside of tribal government. But at least it's an incentive, you know, to, thanks for being here for 6 years, you know?
So it's 6 hours, a pay period is 156 hours a year, so that's.
Right. It'd be 52
That's almost 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Vacation,
Do we have something in the
That's
policy where you have to
standard.
take so much leave, you can't accumulate a whole bunch of hours? Like,
You could just accumulate up to 240.
well, I just know that, you know, tried before, they made sure you didn't have so much accumulated just to stay, so that you don't do damage to your budgets, you know, so I'm just kind of throwing that out.
Anyways,
So we don't have
that's more to chew on, I guess. Okay.
All right, so the item is approval of resolution 1729, employee handbook. What is the, which is,
Motion to table, make a motion to table.
got a motion by Amy to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Angela seconds. Call for the vote.
Amy Wilson, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Adrian Spotahorse?
Yes.
Sammy Addison?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spotahorse? I mean, Leanna Teeter. You should look right at her, call her Adrian. Leanna Teeter.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So you make your changes again?
Are you done now?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you.
Bruce, I would just like to make a comment and thank the HR person and Andrew for doing the employee handbook.
Yeah.
That has taken a lot of effort, it's grabbed a lot of expertise from the staff. I appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier for the staff because those policies can be difficult to read, but if you have a handbook, you come in and you get, when you're a new employee, you get your orientation. I'm glad to hear that we're doing that now. But you may have a question down the line on your time or pay or whatever, and if you have a handbook, you can flip through it and find it right away. So I congratulate you on that. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
We needed it.
Yes.
All right, move to item number 6, approval of resolution 1730, Carroll Commission appointment. And,
I wanted to make a comment about one of the applicants, Corey DeRoy.
He withdrew.
Oh, you did? Okay.
So we are voting on, let's see.
We had four applicants. They were Muriel Rubidoux. We had Corey, he didn't make the interview. And then he withdrew. And then we had Susie Knifechief and Grant Hawkins.
All right, so we have 3 out of the 3.
One out of 3?
Yes.
Muriel, Grant, or Susie?
President Pratt?
We had.
Yeah, may I mention something real quick just to clarify the commission seat? This seat here is to replace Ellis Horse Chief's seat. He resigned shortly before he passed with the Terra, and this is to replace him and to finish off his term. We do have 3 more seats that are going to be coming up in May, so just keep that.
Thank you.
Quick question, how long does this seat last, and if it's gonna finish it out.
This will be until next year. I don't have the exact dates on me.
I think it's 14 months, 14 more months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have one vote for Grant Hawkins. We have one vote for Grant Hawkins. We have one vote for Muriel. We have one vote for Muriel. We have one vote for Grant. We have one vote for Grant. And we have one vote for Grant.
All right?
So we have five votes for Grant Hawkins and 2 for Muriel.
All right. Yes. And so, Grant Hawkins has been selected by council to fill the remainder of Ellis Horse Chief's seat. And so we need a motion.
I need clarification, if you will.
Yep.
The date says April 12, 2017 through December 31, 2020. Is that the correct time frame? That seems kind of long.
No, I don't think it is.
That's
I
not
think
the-
there's only 14 more months left.
Okay, so that needs to be corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we
Is it wrong on the resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're staggered 3 seats and 2 seats.
How many years?
For the commission seats, I believe that, I want to say they're 2-year appointments.
2 years.
Yeah, so the resolution is correct, but the date is wrong.
The date's wrong.
And so we will correct the date, but we will put Grant on this resolution. Okay? Okay?
Make a motion to approve the changes.
Okay?
Did you make that motion?
I thought she did.
No, she asked a question.
Clarification.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve Grant Hawkins for resolution 1730 with changes.
Okay? Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Call for the vote.
Amy Littleson, yes. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted
Yes.
Dan Teeter?
Yes.
All right, so Grant is approved and resolution 1730 is approved with changes. We will move to item number 7A and property committee recommendations.
Yes. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the Rome Chief floor renovation quotes, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Justice.
You have all the quotes right, or do you just have,
I think they're in here, don't
Yeah, we
I
have
think
that.
I just got foods. Was there others?
well, that's what we voted on in,
Property.
property.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe the bid was for
3790.
okay, for these. What we need today is, the council to pick out the color of the floor. And to approve the,
Well, we'll do that in budget, the expenditure.
yeah.
Well, it won't be green, I bet.
That's the one I was going to go for.
No, this is the approval of the quote, of the actual, yeah.
Yeah, the quote, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know if council had approved it.
yes.
This one here is they call it a special blend.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's just got, they have to make it special. I mean, mixing color is just right to get that color.
On which one?
This one. So is this the only one that looks like this? Or they're all
It's in
like
your-
that?
They're all different colors. They all look like this. There's different colors.
My only thing with this is that I always think about, when we have events over there, sometimes it's raining outside, it's muddy, and then they track in,
Yeah, these have, the chips we're gonna use are gonna be a little thicker, so we'll have to take a little bit more texture on it.
And just for the council's decision, the property committee looked at this and wood and another, what?
Tile.
Tile, yeah.
Vinyl tile planks.
Yes.
Which had a 10-year warranty. Tile, epoxy.
Foxy is forever.
This is.
This is
kinda
forever.
Didn't property also look at the, just staining the concrete, just like bare concrete floors? And
I don't think that was that what
No,
this thing?
I did a while back.
You know, that would have really been good, the stained concrete, but with the earthquakes, it's just gonna crack.
Well, that and I guess the paint, because it's been, there's.
Yeah, it's chipping.
It'll show
Right.
through.
Before
So
they
Yeah.
lay this flooring down, they will strip the floor, and over on the east side of the building where that low spot,
Yes.
wall, they'll be filled.
Oh, good.
And they'll put new grout in the cracks before they do the work, so everything will be smooth.
It's this one.
Okay, so do you have number 26?
I think
Do you
this-
know which is which?
I think this might be it, Leanna.
Okay.
I
That's my
think this green one
choice.
is 26.
Yeah,
It's not-
26 is about like that.
Okay, that's my
This one
choice.
looks like 34. And I'm gonna say that this one is 29. That'd be my guess. Is this 29?
Oh. I don't think it is. This is just a special, I don't know if it's on here or not. This is a special.
I really like that.
Is this more, is this
No, same price.
same price?
Yeah, it's just a
How
special.
much is this a square foot? Oh, that's okay, never
So
mind.
the total, yeah.
I just like it. I'll just ask over my house.
We'll have to go install this, it's gonna take about 10 days total. There's gonna be a smell for a while, but, once it dries, it'll go away. And then once they get this floor in, they'll put rubber base around it.
That's gonna be the big room and the small room?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be
Look at
painting?
that ugly carpet.
No more carpet.
As long as we get it done before he needs it, that's.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole reason we're here.
Yeah, that's
Put
right.
that on me.
We did ask
Will the walls
if we
be
were gonna
painted?
paint the walls before we got the flooring in.
Okay.
Before the floors came in. Because you don't have to do it, because you can just wipe it. The walls, yeah. You're not gonna paint the walls before the floors go in, right?
We might have the front ones.
Jimmy, you might explain that the closing of the building, how long it's gonna be closed.
Yeah,
Oh, you
10
did?
days. I mean,
10 days,
it's,
okay.
we're gonna, if there's a funeral or something along that line, we'll have to do it here or around the house.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's gonna be
Down.
down 10 days for sure.
It's
Question.
beautiful.
And the odor will be lingering for over 30 days too, so.
Yeah, they said it lasted a little while, but I mean, we'll try to air it out as best we can, but they said just make sure that.
So nobody just be sitting in there for no reason.
That's gonna smell.
Question,
Great choice.
question, which one do you like? Which one, since you guys clean it all the time and everything, and which one?
I'll just, either the neutral color, either that one or the tannish color. Oh. That's the same.
Oh, that really got one.
Who's really like
I know,
that?
who's really liking it?
Either this one or
Who's
this one.
really liking that side too?
And the thing that I think about is because, you have traffic sometimes during the muddy times, and stuff, and then it's all over, and sometimes, at least it'll kind of blend in,
Yeah, well,
it's
that's
not-
why I want to do color.
I love it.
Neutral colors, the pop, and coffee.
I love it.
Because there is always beer.
And you said it has a lifetime warranty on it?
You're not happy with
Well, that's not very long.
They said it's like 15 or 20 years.
Is that right? Oh, that's cool. All right.
If it wears, they'll just have to put another coat of the sealer on top. They won't have to redo the whole entire sealer.
Yeah, they can always put another top coat.
Give her the
Can you pass those down before I make my decision? I want to see 26.
If they have to bring in clothes, what happens?
This is one of those things, I don't know.
If they have to bring in clothes, what happens?
They're not so much.
I'm just glad we're replacing the floor.
Me
too.
Yeah, so
I'm so
the color,
excited.
I'll let you all decide the color.
Does
next
anybody
week.
like the gray?
Yeah.
I like the big one.
I'm either one of those two right there
Well, this
myself.
is the Georgia one, so that's one of.
Just letting council know and all the folks that I need to leave. I've got an appointment in Tulsa, and so Famie is leaving. I mean, going to be in charge. Famie's going to take over.
She's in control.
As secretary.
All right.
Okay, I like 26.
I like the big one.
I do too.
I like the.
Yeah, who wants the big one?
Who wants the big one?
And Bruce.
I'll go with majority
Yeah,
on
I'll
this
go
one.
with yours. I like the color.
Big one.
Okay, big one it is.
Yeah.
No splash. Okay, we will go with the special way.
If we don't like it, can we pull it back up and try to?
I make a motion to approve the Gudix quote with the color number what?
We don't know.
What number is that color?
It's not a number, it's just called special blend.
Special blend in the amount of $23,790.
I'll second.
And we have the funding for it?
It's in his budget.
Yeah.
Yay! All right.
Special blend.
Special blend.
Any more discussions? Well, I guess I'll talk to my son, see what I say. Family Wilson, do I vote now or no? No, okay, then Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Horse.
Yes.
Leanna Key.
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Jay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the mural at Pawnee Nation Roundhouse provided by the Cultural Committee. I sent you some documents. The Property Committee discussed this pretty lengthy, had some discussion in regard to, and requested more information from the Cultural Committee, and we were forwarded the email from John Michael. And some of the questions that we asked is, first of all, did they get permission from the family, whoever they were going to put up on there, to make sure that's okay with them? Also, the other question is, do we really, what made them decide? What was their justification for a mural opposed to, we just discussed canvas portraits, so that they can be interchanged, because with the mural, it's on the wall and it's there, and if we ever want to change it, at least with canvas, you can interchange them out and honor different ones at different times if need be or whatever. So the murals were really kind of permanent, and we discussed this. We really felt as a committee that we just wanted to send it to the council. We didn't have a recommendation. That was just our discussions that we had. We did ask for more information. It was provided to us. One correction, though, is that Mr. Fields is not a tribal member in the letter that was forwarded to you. He's a descendant, but he's not a tribal member. Other questions that we asked were other tribal members, and maybe Adrian, you can answer this, was other tribal members asked to put in a quote and that were Pawnee? Did you all bid it out? And, some of those questions came out.
Yeah, we've had, you know, several discussions on this, and we was all kind of mixed feelings. And I think it was just kind of like how we just did with this tile. It was just kind of whatever the majority felt, you know, and everything. You know, some of the discussions was talked about was, what brought this about was, Herb had said that, you know, when they go to different, like the Otos, Ponkas, different places, their facilities are all, you know, painted up, have, you know, murals on there. I think the Ponkas have the names of every soldier on there, painted on there. I believe the Otos have the designs up around the upper part. And all the names too. I haven't been there in years. Yeah, and I haven't been there in years, so I don't know. But so he wanted something like that for our roundhouse. It was discussed that, you know, it's kind of plain, you know. So if we could make something, you know, to kind of beautify it, then that was what he was looking at. And I told him, I had said there myself that it's been discussed for years about doing something like that, but it just never seemed to get traction or anything like that. I think a lot of it had to do with money. So a lot of the different discussions was made about what to put on there. And then so he had made the recommendation that, you know, essentially like it was the roundhouse, and there was a lot of singers that have put their, and that's a big part of the big component of the roundhouse. So he had identified several different individuals to represent each band. And then so he had wanted to, and these were singers that have a big part of our culture in our songs. And then so what he wanted to do was have him, Mr. Fields, Jeremy Fields, to paint those individuals on the roundhouse. And then with that, start including other people to make it look like it's kind of our ancestors that are there to be supportive of us. And then with that, other things have come about with maybe putting things on the ceiling, you know, the star chart or whatever, or star designs. So there was a lot of these other different things that had come about, and he said that he could do that now. I was under the impression he was a tribal member. I think that was presented to us. Now, I may be wrong, but I thought it was presented to us.
The letter states it, that he's not.
Okay.
That he's, who's his dad? Not Poncho Fields, but,
Stanley.
Stanley. Yeah, he's Stanley Fields' son.
But the question was brought up about have any other tribal members been, you know, afforded the opportunity to, I guess, bid. I don't know if that's the, you know, correct term or what. I think Jeremy had talked to Herb at the time, and then they just started, you know, talking about things, and it just went from there. So, you know, as far as that goes, I'm not sure on that.
I talked to Herb last night. He called me and wanted me to speak on his behalf today. He had surgery this morning. That is primarily what the cultural team wants to do, is to paint a mural inside the roundhouse. They're going to start by putting in the 4 bands. And underneath those bands, the first artwork is going to be those 4 singers that he talked about. They also want to change all of these signage into Pawnee. That's going to be something that they want in our language. And then build from there. He said it was a sole source, and the reason why it is a sole source is because this guy is really good. I'm sure John Michael can attest to that. He actually charges a lot of money for this and lowered his price down to supplies and time. And that was just for the benefit of the Pawnees. So that's exactly where it stood. Having seen the artwork, they were really, really pleased with it, and they want it.
I will say this, you know, I was talking to the committee about his work because I've known him for a long time, and he does some amazing artwork. He's just progressed more and more, but that's what he does. He does murals. He travels around. That's his niche. His business, I guess you could say. He's from Phoenix, I think, to, he just did one in Tulsa, I think, completed one in Tulsa a few weeks ago or whatever, so that's his job, is doing murals. And he's, I mean, he can do pretty much any kind of artwork there is. I will say that I've seen a lot of the stuff he's done, so it's not like he's just a fly-by-the-night artist or something.
I think the main concern was that there's other artists that are Pawnee that could, we'll get asked.
Well, and that's fine, but I will say this much, I know that he did talk to Lucy Kent, whose dad was Frank Murray, and she's really honored, and as such as the other singers that he...
And he is Pawnee.
And he is Pawnee.
He's not enrolled.
Yeah, he's
He is
Pawnee. He's a Pawnee. He's a
I think
Hills.
he probably claims more, I mean, he's probably got more Pawnee culture than anything.
Yeah, he's...
And I'm not disputing, I'm just saying this is what came up, and I
With
know...
who? With who?
Came up in committee.
Oh, budget?
No, property committee.
Oh, the property,
Yeah. And if they're valid questions, Sammy.
They are. I'm not dismissing it.
And so, I just wanted to throw out those discussions to you in regard to what was discussed, because I'm sure if they come up there, they're going to come up with other people. And the other main thing was to make sure that the families were aware of it and that they approved.
I just had a question. I think this is awesome that, somebody even presented this. I've never heard of it being presented before. I worked in property for 10 years, and then we had the renovations and all that cost, put into that building, but they didn't even repaint the walls in there. They didn't change out the carpet, I'm just like, oh my gosh, when are we gonna get that filled in, things that I think it would be a great improvement to our roundhouse. I really do, and the thought and effort that went into it, it's something that's being presented. It's going to be the first time, for us, and I just think it's a great idea. And whoever's idea it was, whether it was Jeremy coming forward or, Herb looking for somebody that, he knows for sure that the only one I knew of with the Pawnee that does that big of work. I know, Elmo did that one uptown. He's no longer with us. But the other one, I think that Rusty Diamond did the one that used to be on site of Ranchburger at one time. But, those people,
Risky Moore did the BIA.
But still, it was like, I just think this is a wonderful idea. And that it was, brought forth to us to make that decision, yes or no, it's going to be an improvement, I think, to the roundhouse.
If I may add to the council, I brought up those questions with Treasurer Thompson as well, because those are valid questions. I mean, those are things that people are going to ask me, like, did you solicit other people? Because when I first started this project, I was concerned too, and I brought this up with Mr. Addison, the CRB director, that they had looked like they'd already picked a guy to do the painting. But from what I understand about this thing is what they're really saying is they want the council to approve the project, and then we'll move forward with actual following all the policy recommendations to make sure that we get the mural that we want, and we get the person that we want to do it. So this is just a procedural thing, because I too had concerns as well. I just wanted to make sure that we were dotting our I's and crossing our T's. That's all. So I brought it up in the property committee as well.
Yeah, and I think that if you guys have questions, you ought to ask Mr. Addison.
And we did, and I did.
And just, I was just going to say, and just so you know, there was, I think, at least one individual that didn't want anything at all. So they just said leave it how it is. So there's, meaning that there was all kinds of different things that were discussed that were brought up.
We don't ask him today. He's probably asleep.
Well, I'd like to entertain a motion then for approval of this project.
I'll make that motion to approve the mural at the Pawnee Roundhouse Cultural Committee. Okay.
Do Do I have a second? I have a motion for approval by Leanna Teeter. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Adrian Spotted Bush Chief.
Mimi?
Yes,
Okay,
discussion.
what exactly are we approving? Are we approving the project?
mural. Yes, the mural. The project
Just
is the mural.
Just the mural.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions?
This is coming out of the budget, CRD's budget.
Yes.
I'm just letting everybody.
Oh, okay. No more discussion? Oh, no. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Bush Chief?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item on the property committee recommendations is approval of the removal house on Big D Drive. This is where Bert Moore and his family lived. It's kind of the same condition as the house that was just recently torn down. That was by Building 64 between the Elder Center. Same condition, people are entering it, can be dangerous, liability. So we're recommending that it be destroyed, removed, cleared.
Just one little question. And I don't know if they still do this or not, but does our fire crew, can they use that as a training deal?
Yeah, I guess they could. Yes, we could.
I mean, I don't know if that was an option or not. I mean, I just know
Great idea.
there's
Yeah,
not
it
many
is.
houses that
Great idea.
And they pay for it too? I'm serious, save that property budget.
We discussed that, the immolation of the building in place. It's quicker, it's faster, and safer. But yeah, well, I'll get with Monty and find out.
I mean, it's just a thought. I don't know. I mean, if it,
Because if we can save property for them to spend money, it would be great.
How much was it going to cost to do?
How much did it cost to do that? I know the other one was rock, so it.
2 cents, cost too much.
Well, it's too rich, Jimmy.
Just lean on it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it'll go, it's old, it's full of junk on the inside, and we can put boards over the doors, and somebody will come and take them off, just so they can walk through.
Yeah.
So, the floor, the underneath is in good shape, but the floors are gone. I won't go in there.
get it down.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any more discussion?
The longest meeting.
Okay. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Bush Chief?
Yes.
Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item on the agenda is under Budget Committee recommendations, and this is approval of the 2017 First Nation Local Food Assessment Project. This was a grant that planning had went after. It's a $15,000 grant, and this is a new budget, so I make a motion to approve.
Oh, yeah. I'll second that. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spotted Bush Chief?
Yes.
Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is approval of the 2017 IRR budget modification number 1. The Transportation and Safety received additional funds in the amount of $1,160,897. And so they're adding this money to the budget for a total budget amount of $2 million. And I make that motion based on the budget recommendation for approval.
And
Yes.
what's the purpose of this?
It's a reference funding agreement that we get with the Department of through the Department of Transportation. It's our money that they receive, and it's put into their professional services and other areas. It's for projects. It's construction projects.
Oh, good. Okay.
It's Indian Reservation Roads.
Yes.
Oh, roads.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And we're putting it into a interest-bearing account as well.
Outstanding. I make a motion that we approve,
I made the motion.
I made a motion, I need
second.
a second.
I second.
Do you have any more discussion? Kind of call for the vote. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spargo?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the purchase over $50,000 for transportation and property for a total amount of $96,000. Mr. Justice, is this for the skid steer?
Yes, ma'am. And the attachments.
You want to explain to them what all that is? I don't know equipment.
Skid steer is a machine to move dirt, remove trees. It'll have the brush cutter, it'll have a sweeping machine on the front. Auger, also,
Over.
trying to think of all the pieces.
Blades.
Oh, I can-
You've got a trencher, it's all right.
Trencher, yeah.
Gravel, standard bucket, backhoe.
Yeah, auger bit, bucket with grapple, standard bucket trencher with cucumber arm and shoe.
The advantage of this is we've gotten bids and the quotes, and if we go with Caterpillar, we already have Caterpillar equipment here, so all the attachments will fit on what the Department of Transportation already has.
Yeah.
But this piece of equipment is specifically we have a bulldozer, we have a backhoe, but we don't have anything to get into tight places to do work that's more finesse. We also don't have anything to help us manage our lanes. This thing will go out and it'll cut down cedar trees with snippers. It'll drill our post holes for our fencing and all the things that we won't have to outsource and pay for. And transportation, because the tools are interchangeable between the two pieces of equipment, then they're more than happy to help out with Jimmy Justice, because he wants his property, but they're more than willing to help out, pay for the cost, because they can use the attachments, they can share the time for different projects and the like.
Okay, so, transportation is 60,000?
No, transportation is,
Oh, 36?
No, we're.
property's 36,000 and the balance is transportation.
Oh, okay, okay,
For a total cost of $96,000.
okay. I make the motion to purchase the skid steer.
A second.
Is there any more discussion? I'll call for the vote. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Leanna Teeter?
Yes.
Adrian Spargo? That's our vote. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy. The next and final Budget Committee recommendation is approval of Falls Creek flag purchase. We received a letter from the Baptist General Convention of Oklahoma requesting that a flag that they put along with all the other tribes for Indian Falls Creek, so that it can be displayed for all tribes during that time. And so it's just the purchase of a flag in the amount of $124.95, and make that motion to approve.
I'll second.
That was me.
Donnie?
Donna.
Leanna seconded? Quit it. And where did all the rest
Okay, I call for the vote, or is there any more discussion? I call for the vote. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Harris?
Yes.
Leanna T.
Yes.
Adrian Butler, she's second. Motion carries. Oh, there's Adrian. Adrian, we're taking a vote on the purchase of the flag for Falls Creek. Yes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Is that Linda yours, Angela? Did you do yours?
Okay, the next item on new business is item number 9, the approval of the Pawnee Nation Princess Contest and budget.
I can speak to that. One of the things that we discussed in council and agreed on in council is that the tribe, the Pawnee Nation, would like to have a nation princess, somebody that represents and is a advocate and a goodwill ambassador for events throughout Indian country. And I was asked to chair that and facilitate the elections and what have you. So I provided Angela with a budget. Adrian and I, he got a bid. We decided not to go with a beaded crown, but we would go with a German silver crown. That is, as you know, we wore a lot of silver. And this is going to be made by Bruce Caesar. I'd like to have some Pawnee stars in it, and it'll be a princess crown. She'll have a sash and a shawl. The budget was provided to each of you, and we would like to move forward with this ASAP. This is the spring, and we really wanted to bring her in the spring for our new year. One of the places that we'd like her, that's going to be kind of mandatory, is that she be involved in our Wichita visitation, and that she also go up to White Shield to the Wichita visitation and represent our people. So that's where we're at. Adrian, you got something?
Yeah, I mean, that's good when I include the Wichita visit. It was the Wichita annual powwow.
Oh.
Their annual powwow.
Oh, I think she should go to the visitation too.
That's fine. I'm all for that.
At least giveaway day or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things is about the crown, what we was discussing about is that with the silver crown, that could be passed on to every individual, who becomes princess versus, a beaded crown could, yeah, they could keep them, it's kind of like they keep them and that's going to end up costing more money, every year, so.
And end up at Sharps.
They do. No, I see it. Gosh. Yeah.
But Bruce Caesar, being that he's Pawnee, he's done a lot of crowns for a lot of tribes and powwow organizations.
And a silver crown would go with any color.
Yeah.
Any color beadwork they might have.
I just have one question. The only thing on the princess qualification was that, we were looking for a tribal member, a tribal princess, but what if we don't have one?
She's got to be Pawnee.
I mean, can we go descent? That's what I mean. We're talking enrolled Pawnees, which I'm about, but there's been years where there hasn't been.
I'd like her to be an enrolled Pawnee. I mean, I think that's why we're having her.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, keep your eye out, because there have been years when we haven't been able to find somebody who's an enrolled Pawnee to fill that position.
I think that could be something that could be, a bridge that could be crossed when we get there.
So anyways, we have a questionnaire that we'll be making available, and then we'll set a date for the application process and engage a panel for interviews. And instead of having a dance, I don't think we can, I don't know, maybe we can have a dance. We didn't really budget for one. What we could do is maybe just have the boys come over here and sing and see if they can dance. be kind of part of the process. That'll be a part of the pageant, and select her. It will be a luncheon, so we'll open it up to everybody that wants to be here.
Sam, I cannot find that, what you emailed me, it's not, I've searched it. Do you have it available? Or do you have the total amount?
My budget?
Yes.
Hold on.
Maybe, I think she did send it out to
I did.
everybody.
You did?
Uh-huh. Hold on.
Oh, I got lost in cyberspace.
I know
Well, I
you were
got
out of
that.
commission.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You're still lost, baby.
No, she handed it to us.
I handed
Here
it
at
out.
council.
I handed it out
It was
and,
written out.
And I probably
She
had it. I thought
handed
it
it out
was.
to council.
yeah, I handed it out. Hold on a second, let me just get myself going here. Okay, let's go this route. I apologize, my computer really doesn't work real well, so I don't even use it.
Now, this is all I've got. The budget.
No,
Did you find it,
No.
anybody?
All I have is
It's
the
from me.
application. I don't have the budget.
Yeah, it's from me, hold on.
Yeah.
Do you have to
I
find
don't
it?
know
Adrian?
how
No, I'm looking right now.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, I know
I
Mike.
remember it though.
Mhm.
Many years ago, back. Still I don't have it.
I know. I apologize. Hold on, let me go to send. Okay. I want to say it was in February. Bear with me, folks, I apologize to you. Probably have enough to call.
Well, maybe while we're waiting for her to look that up, if maybe Leanna, you want to read what she has down for that application process? There's an application that she wants submitted.
To read it?
Yeah, just read that.
Okay.
I mean, we're waiting on her to look at
So,
that
okay.
stuff.
Okay, in representing the Pawnee Nation, the nation's princess will serve as a role model to those she represents, including the Pawnee Nation, her family, and band. She will be responsible for educating others as well as demonstrating her knowledge of Pawnee culture and tradition. She will speak publicly while this is representing the Pawnee Nation at various events locally and throughout Indian country. Pawnee Nation Princess will be selected and crowned. Have we made it set a date?
No, we haven't had approval.
Okay. Each contestant will compete in the areas of public speaking, personal interview, essay, 500 words stating why you want to be the Pawnee Nation Princess, tribal dress, and dance. Qualification, enrolled Pawnee Nation citizen, 14 to 22 years of age, single, never married, no children, currently enrolled in high school or college, resident within the state of Oklahoma, no felonies, knowledge of Pawnee Nation culture and tradition, including tribal dress. And that's all. And the second part is the application.
And it was gonna have to skin a buffalo.
After you all caught it.
This said Pawnee Nation.
Good one.
Is that too restrictive, having them in high school or college?
I think that's still for discussion, I think. I kind of wonder, I don't know.
And we do have enrolled Pawnee Nations, enrolled.
I don't know if anybody's aware of how this came about, because everybody know why this is?
I would explain it again.
What brought this about is for years we was involved with the American Indian Exposition, and from there they had a Pawnee Nation tribal princess. And if people kind of know, I'm sure probably not everybody knows that, you know, they've been in some lot of problems going on with the exposition. I think last year and the year before there was 2 exposition committees, and they were all trying to do the same thing. There's a lot of conflict and turmoil. There was tribes that kind of backed out for those reasons, and so there was a lot of kind of undermining going on with the people that's involved with the organization. There was one organization that kind of I guess you say kind of pulled ahead of everybody, and then now they're trying to send letters out. I think Bruce got a letter talking about, you know, how they want to kick certain individuals out, you know, and stuff. So it's a lot of political stuff that's going on, and I think for a lot of the tribes that are involved up in this area, that it all seems to be catered more towards the tribes down there in the Darko area, the Kiowas, Comanches, you know, Cheyenne, Arapahoes, you know, a lot of them tribes. And so with that, there's been other tribes up in this area that have backed out, and so we have ultimately decided to do the same. It's just kind of, you know, wanting to send our princess down there when there's 2 different factions going on and not really knowing who to go with. So we just decided as a council to back out of that until we can find something else. I think this is what we've decided to do. It's something that when I first got on council, that was proposed about having our own nation princess, and so this is the steps towards that.
And I have to apologize, I don't know how far back I need to go. I will resend this, I did it from my office, so I'll resend it back out to, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning, the budget. I just want approval for it so we can move forward and get going. Everybody had it. Do you remember, I think it was 7,000.
Yeah,
I think it was like 7,125, something like that.
Yeah.
For an annual budget for her.
And what that's going to kind of consist of, and so correct me if I'm wrong, you know, what that's going to entail is that, you know, there's going to be budgeted in there that they're going to have a little spending money to get to wherever power they go.
It was like $50 a month for that.
Yeah.
I know.
The trip,
Everything
to North Dakota,
Everything.
and just the places where we wanted mandatory princess to go to, it was in the budget.
And then she had her option to go to pick one.
Yes.
One big national powwow that she may be gathering or somewhere that she could go represent. So this is what we wanted to do, and dang, I can't believe I can't find that.
So up in North Dakota is our Rickera relatives, you know, they have their annual powwow right after Pawnee powwow. And then also the Wichitas, they have their annual powwow in August. So we wanted that to be a requirement that they go and represent, you know, our nation at our relatives' annual events as well.
Well, if we could entertain a motion to approve the princess packet with the budget to come at the next council meeting, something along that line.
Angela, we're going to go ahead and make a motion to move forward with our princess project, if you will, with the stipulation that the budget will be approved at the next meeting. Be reviewed and approved. I don't know why I don't have it. I went out to my car and of course it's probably at the house in the other building. So.
Okay, when you say move forward, you're gonna go ahead and, try to get a PO and all that, or?
No, we're just, the packet, I had her read off what she had presented to us, just to approve the princess.
The application?
The application.
Oh, okay.
And stipulation.
Do the budget later.
And then the budget can be at the next council. So could I entertain a motion from someone?
Well, I'll make that motion. I'll make that motion.
Okay, Adrian Spotted Horseshoe made the motion. Do I have a second?
And that's with the stipulation that the budget will come to the next council meeting.
Yes. Do I have a second? Okay, question, Carol?
Oh, I have a question. I thought you had already voted. I just want to say something. I think it's good what you all are doing. I've seen the people that have been princesses in the past, and I've seen them just come into blossom. They just come into their own and they blossomed out. I think that's good. It's a good role model for our kids. I would hope that when the council talks to them and that sort of thing, one thing you all talked about was our values and that sort of thing. Some of those interviews that I did with those elders in the early 90s, they had good teachings in there about being good to one another, how we were all brought up, and our strong values that way, and checking on our elders whenever you don't see them at a dance or something, go and check on them. I hope that we can use this princess to come out, educate about those old ways the way they used to be. And I'm disappointed about the Anadarko. I understand, but I'm hoping that if they ever get back up again, that we'll have a princess up there, you know. My up at Sam Osborne used to be the director up there years ago, and we always look forward to going to Anadarko, so I'm sorry to hear that, but maybe in the future better. So I just want to congratulate the council on that, and I hope that we'll keep it as a value-driven type thing where this person will really be a ambassador for other young people and be an example of our values and that sort of thing. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. I found it that I sent to me, so I'll send it over to you. PawneeNation.org, right, Amy?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to send it to you, Amy, so I don't have to do like everybody. And then you can send it out. Can't you?
So is it a motion? It's my second?
Well, do you want, if we want to entertain this budget,
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we wanna do this, include this, then I'll take back my motion. I'll go ahead and take back my motion.
I'm sending it to PBC.
oh, good. So you did get it already? Thank you.
Take back my motion.
Oh, rescind your motion?
Yeah.
I'm hearing that you come in.
Did everybody get it?
Yeah.
Because my PVC wasn't working for a minute there. $48.50 is what? We'll just make it work. If they'll just fund that $48.50, we'll just make it work.
Council, the budget that we have, I think that the Crown is a little bit low. I think it came in
Yeah.
at 750.
The Crown says 500, but I've got quotes on it, and it was 750, and I believe that included a cedar box for them to keep that in there.
So if we could just add in the 250, so that's going to take it to 110.
And that would be the initial investment, and then it will be passed on.
Yeah, that's the,
That's the idea.
yeah.
I
still haven't received it, so.
Clean some of
I
those
got it
emails
from
out.
Amy.
Huh?
I got it from Amy.
Yeah, I sent it to PBC.
Angela, you're just gonna have to clean some of the emails out.
I have cleaned out over a lot.
I know.
Over.
Where do you want me to send it to?
Send it to angekc22@hotmail.com. angekc22@hotmail.com.
Angela Thompson, 49.
Hey. That's a long time ago. Hey, we won't go there.
Dang, Hotmail.
I love Hotmail, man. 49 at Hotmail.
Hey, quit it now. You're giving yourself away.
No, did you get it now?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
it.
great.
Okay, so you're adding how much?
$250 for the
The
crown.
crown, so it's $750
Yeah,
or $5,100, right?
yeah.
Okay.
51,
10. 5110.
Where's the extra one coming from? The 10 coming from?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just 51.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Is this 51?
Yeah.
5,100,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Say I count. It's been a long day.
What I'm proposing to fund this budget is take it out of council's donation and transfer it over there,
All right.
so.
And how much will that be?
Hold on, I can tell you right quick.
It's wherever the council wants to do it. How would you all recommend we advertise this? Facebook, newsletter. Jeannie, can you help us with that one?
When's the next newsletter coming out? That's gonna be the,
Homecoming?
See.
Oh, it's too late.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
so it would have to be social media through the tribal, I mean, not tribal, but
Chief?
the chief, but you're gonna have to put it out on the webpage and
Yeah.
just gonna have to
Isn't
put the word out.
there a Princess Magazine?
Yeah, but it's already out.
Was there?
Oh,
It's already out.
Sam, could you please put that in the chief for me? Thank you.
We're gonna have to set out a date.
Yeah, we gotta set a date first. Well, if this is just for applications, we gotta set a date. Let's look at the calendar.
Are we good with this, Angela? So go ahead and make a motion or?
I mean, I'm trying to answer Leanna's
Oh.
question on how much that would leave.
Oh, okay.
And of course, I can't find the last already report.
I'm sorry, you guys, but we just have till May 26th and policy really starts, cooking starts. Inauguration is on the 20th. How about,
Harrison, can you have somebody send me a PVC report?
May the 13th?
Because the one I have is from February and it won't be up to date.
Mother's Day weekend?
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah, you're gonna be down south.
No, I'm just thinking about having a meeting then.
Oh,
Well, it ain't gonna be an all-day thing, is it?
We haven't
no,
got that.
it's gonna be a luncheon.
It's gonna be a luncheon, so maybe morning, afternoon, 2 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think it's important that whoever has this title just it's real reflective of the Pawnee people. I really want that. No offense to other tribal dresses and stuff, but I'd really like her to wear Pawnee clothes.
Of course.
Yeah, no jingle dance clothes or shawl or nothing, just good old Pawnee dresses.
Are we okay, Ange? Are we still waiting on numbers?
I've got February numbers, so that's as close as I can get, and it should be pretty accurate because we haven't really expended anything out of there. As of February, the balance we had in there was 35,000, so we should be okay. So that would leave about a balance of 30,000, a little bit less.
Okay, great, thank you.
So we'll just have to do a mod, have Cindy do a mod to transfer that dollars to create a new budget for a Princess budget. Out of tribal office. Yeah.
Okay.
Out of tribal office. It'll just transfer, I'm sorry, it'll just transfer from BBC donation to a new budget.
I'll second.
Second. I know we're gonna go for the discussion.
He withdrew his motion.
Just look at the applications.
Okay, need a motion to approve the budget, or the Tribal Princess contest and budget
We're just trying to keep you.
in the amount of $5,100.
I'll make that motion.
I second.
Donna seconds. Adrian Spotahoosh made motion, Donna second. Any more discussion? Okay, I'll call for the roll. Angela Thompson.
Now, this is approving both, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Sammy Anderson.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Yes.
Adrian Spotahoosh.
Yes.
Deanna Teeter.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Yay. So Adrian and I just talked, and what the plan is to go ahead and get the applications out now and have them due, to my calendar, and have them due on, we'll have the applications due on May the 5th. And then I'll get them out to the panel. Leanna, you said you were interested in doing that panel. I'll make sure that you get all the applications. We also have, Beverly Harjo. She has daughters that have been princesses in Tulsa. We have
Some neutral ones.
neutral ones.
I think we had a couple of neutral ones.
Yes.
So that it wouldn't be
like
deemed,
there, yeah.
family or,
Right.
pulled in or anything
Right.
like that, so.
And, yeah, we do have some neutral ones. And we'll have our event on May the 13th at noon. We'll have a luncheon. Hopefully Howlers will call us back with the catering. I didn't tell you guys that. I called Howlers 3 times to get a catering job, and they never ever called me back. They lost their job to clicks.
No, that does not interfere with graduation here or anything, does it?
Graduation on 12.
On the 12th, it's the day after, so.
Yeah, it's a
I
Saturday.
don't know when the team trip is.
So you might, I just throw that out there.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Well, let's, I guess I'll have to call the school tomorrow.
I had a question about the requirement of them being in high school or college. Is that kind of common with the princesses?
I think it is.
Okay.
Well, and that's not even necessary. I mean, that's a good talking point.
Yeah, because there may be somebody who really couldn't go and we would deprive them of that right, to.
That's true. Okay. So we'll just remove that piece.
Okay, that'd be great.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
So we're sending this within our motion then?
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're adding it in the motion.
Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I just took this,
Yeah.
I just took this off of a bunch of apps that I read, so we're not going to call it plagiarizing. We're just going to call it
Borrowing?
borrowing.
Yeah, I can understand why, that requirement's there, but in these economic times, there's
Yes,
just
I agree
kids
with
who
you.
can't go.
I agree with you. Okay, now, to the Stoles.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 10, approval of graduation stoles for Native American seniors and a budget. We got approval to have the eagle feathers put on the stole, so we need to have a stole made and designed, and we're gonna have the eagle feather hanging off one side. They're requesting Jamie Nelson and Dorna, I wanna say Dorna writing in. Batiste, yeah. I couldn't remember her married name. Batiste, they are, right now they're contacting all the tribes. We have 14 graduates, and they're contacting all the tribes to ask that they send a patch, a tribal patch, which they want to put on the stole also. And she sent us she said she's not a seamstress, Jamie Nelson. So she just sent us some quotes. She was shopping online at Walmart. We want to have the stoles made out of satin material. She thought they were going to be, I think she said 12
by 10 yards.
Yeah, 12 by 10. So she had, her budget, what she was requesting from the nation was an amount of $39.81 to purchase the material, the thread, the needle. And they have the, I think it's the culture division has 4 sewing machines down there that they purchased.
They can't take those.
No, here's what, wait. They have the sewing machines there, and she's talking with them. They agreed to let them use those machines to make the stoles. Not to take them home, but to go there, and the stoles will be made there at the culture building. They're not trying to remove anything. So that's the, so what she requested and what I had approached Angela about, because it's such a short notice, graduation is on May 12th. It's moved up a whole week. So we only have a few short weeks to get this done. So I just asked, if it could come out of the council's budget. And she had $39.81. I didn't know if that was enough material just by her measurements. And I'm not a seamstress either, but I added another yard on there, which is another $8.36. She was going to make it out of, well, they even wanted us to pick a color. I just said go with red because, our school colors, red and black. The gowns are going to be black. So I thought, well, with a red satin stole, it would really stand out.
May I make a motion just to approve it up to $50? And if they want to do some, like any ribbon type of work, like get black and make a design on it down there, that gives them a little bit extra money. And it's not going to cost that much fabric to do that, so.
Yeah.
Can I make
well, that's what I just added it up, came up to $48.47. I added one more yard of satin on
Oh,
there.
did you? Okay, so
Even 50? Okay.
is that going to be enough?
Yeah. Yes, that's all we wanted was the material to make this.
Why are we making stoles? Do we do that every year?
This is our first time because we got approved for
The
the
high school doesn't have stoles?
Yeah, they have stoles, but it's for like honor society and,
Not everybody gets a red stole.
No.
Okay, I didn't know.
This is for the Native American.
I make a motion
I second it.
to give me, no.
Woke everybody up.
I know it. I make a motion to approve the stoles and the fabric and supplies up to $50 to Melodies.
Okay, it was seconded by Sam?
Adrian. Or me, all 3 of us.
Whoever.
Yeah. Okay, any more discussion?
No.
Okay, we'll take the vote. Angela Thompson.
Yes.
Sammy Adams. Yes. Donna Hare.
Yes.
Adrian Sparrow.
Yes.
Leanna Peter.
Yes.
Motion. Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 11, adjournment. We have 2 more, oh, we did, 2 more items. Oh, that's my notes. Okay. But item number 11 was the approval of a letter of support for Indigenous Peoples Day. It's for Norman, Oklahoma. I guess they're wanting to declare Columbus Day American Indigenous Peoples Day. And so they're asking all tribes for a letter of support.
Is there any cost to us?
No,
paper.
all they're asking, yeah,
Just
is
paper.
is just a letter.
I make a motion that we approve a letter of support for the National Indigenous Day or whatever that was called.
Yeah, Indigenous Day.
Indigenous Peoples' Day, as requested from the Norman First American United Methodist Church.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Angela Thompson?
Yes.
Sammy Anderson?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spargo?
Yes.
Vanity Teeter?
Yes.
Motion carries. Sure we'll get with Cynthia or someone to get that letter drafted up. Okay, next item on the agenda is a letter of support for the Pawnee outreach program, which was the ladies who did the presentation through the Pawnee Nation College.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Okay.
Three-way tie.
Motion by Angela Thompson, seconded by everyone. I'm going to put Leanna Teeter, seconded by Leanna Teeter. Okay, Angela Thompson,
Yes.
Sammy Anderson? Yes. Donna Hare?
Yes.
Adrian Spargo?
Yes.
Vanity Teeter?
Yes.
Motion carries. And then we move on to open forum. Anyone have anything for open forum?
I have just a quick, the next council meeting is on the 27th, and I will not be here. I don't know who all, will everybody else be here?
I can't be here.
Okay. So I don't know, I just throw that out there. I'll be traveling back that night, won't get in until 11:30 that night. So I don't know, I just was kind of trying to get a feel to see if we have a forum or anything. But I just throw that out there. The other thing is, I forgot. So go ahead.
So you said you won't be back until late on the 27th, and then Donna, you're not going to be
I'm
gone?
leaving on the 27th, and I'll be gone through that, through the 29th.
So we might want to do that
April? Yeah, April.
Tuesday or something.
I could do the next day, but that's a Friday. I don't know if anybody would want to do a
Here's the
Friday.
only thing is that.
I'm out on that Friday.
I could do it early.
One of the things I was thinking about earlier, the priority is the ICDBG grant, right?
Right.
That's something that we're gonna have to decide on.
Yep.
So we've gotta have this meeting.
What about Wednesday at 9 o'clock?
I can't do a 9 o'clock. I spent my whole PTO day here.
Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday?
Are we talking the week of the 17th, or are we talking the 24th?
The 24th.
Because remember we said that if the ICDQB or whatever, we would meet earlier
Yeah.
as required.
So that,
Maybe on the 25th?
the 25th.
Or the
I'm gone
25th?
that whole week.
Oh, you're gone all week.
Yeah, I leave the 22nd and come back the 27th.
I'll
Would you
gone.
be willing to dial in?
Yeah, I can dial in. I don't have a problem dialing in.
We can have a dial in, we can have a council meeting by phone, could it be, Mr. Nice Chief?
That's up to the council to decide.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing that says we can't do
No.
that.
On when?
Any day.
25th.
We need to look at the
The 27th.
Keep it on the 27th.
Spokane.
Well, Donna's not going to be here on the 27th either.
Oh, that's right. She's traveling that day.
But I don't know about
Can you
these
call on the
two.
plane? They usually got those phones.
It'd be real annoying.
I'll be driving, so.
Oh.
No, but I could probably call. I could probably.
Well,
call
the
in.
Ithaca are dancing the 23rd, 24th is Monday, Tuesday's the 25th. I'm out the 28th on Friday afternoon, I'm sorry, I'm out of town.
Well, she's gone the whole week.
What about the 20th? Move it up a week, or is that too soon?
We're gonna be in Nebraska on the 20th. We'll be back on the 21st. Well, I'm trying to that day, but
Okay. How about the first? Is that too late? Ryan?
Find out tomorrow.
I think,
I don't,
how about,
I don't see the issue.
Okay.
you guys, how about Monday, the 24th at 5:30?
I don't have anything on my plan.
I could do it and call in.
Dial in? Maybe we could do it at 64 so we can get the dial-in number. Miss Sam? So 5:30 dial-in. And that'll get the pool project going. Yeah.
So that would be the 24th?
Yeah.
At 5:30.
At 5:30.
And then building 6.
And then we'll have the option to dial in as well, so that will be good. We've never done a dial-in council meeting, but they work.
is that in their constitution? That's what I'm.
It doesn't
Yeah, I don't know the
specify.
look.
Yeah, it's come up before and it hasn't been considered, but. you know.
But it doesn't say it can't
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
You can look at it, either it can't happen or it can happen.
See,
I think-
eventually, if we ever get into the, 21st century, we're going to have WebEx meetings and be able to do all of this remotely sometimes.
I think it's up to the discretion of the council.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that's of concern is like they're like executive session.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell them.
That-
who's on
yeah.
the
Yeah, that'd
other
be
end.
different, yeah, that's way different. And speaking of executive session, so today we found out that we just need to tell whoever it is we want to be in that meeting that we are going to meet them in that meeting and why. So we'll leave it open for a revisit.
What was also brought up was that it needed to be handled before it even comes to here, to the council.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
I mean, that's what was thrown out there, so.
yes.
So is the meeting going to be suggested for the 24th, 5:30 at Building 64
Right.
in the conference room
Dial
with dial-up? Okay.
I'll be here live. I'll be here live. But these girls that are traveling.
Okay. I have something for open forum. Again, back to my family and all the members we have lost recently. We had one that was not a member, was not enrolled Pawnee, but the family requested that the flag be lowered for her because she had provided a lot of service to the Pawnee Nation, and again, in her heart, she was Pawnee. So I was wondering if we could designate a flagpole like the one at the tax office, only for descendants of Pawnee members? Can we think about that? Some type of designated flag that can be lowered when we have descendants of Pawnee members, because that has come up several times.
Were they turned down?
What?
Were they turned down?
Yes.
By who?
I think it's a policy, is that right?
Yeah, it's in our
Yeah.
property, or it's in our policies. Tribal members and rural tribal members got honored with the flag being lowered.
Can you send me that policy?
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay.
Now, how long has that been in place? Because I know some people that were not enrolled that got the flag lowered.
It's just
for them.
been recently.
About 8 or
Oh, 8 or 9 years. Oh, my goodness.
Maybe it has been longer. than
So if you're not a tribal member, the flag stays up.
Yeah.
Well, my feelings on that is that if that person worked, lived, has Pawnee children in this community, was a part of has been a part of us, I think we honor them. That's how I feel. Maybe somebody may disagree with me, but, to be turned down during that time, when you're requesting an honor like that is just heart-wrenching. And we don't want to make people feel that way, so that's my 2 cents.
But you're talking about the tribal person, right, that's not enrolled.
Yeah, yeah.
They're Pawnee,
And
but
I
they're not
was
enrolled in
thinking
the tribe.
maybe if we cannot change that policy, that we could maybe use the flagpole at the old tax office and designate it when it's lowered that it's for a descendant of a tribal member. But we can talk about that. I just wanted to bring it forward because it is, like you say, it is a difficult time and it's hard to tell them no.
Were they enrolled in a different tribe or are they?
They're
not
from
even?
It was Cheryl Hunter.
Oh, okay.
She's
She's
Crow.
with the Crow in it.
But she put in 25 years with the Pawnee Nation. She grew up here. She's Pawnee in her heart. And her children are enrolled in Pawnee.
Maybe even if we looked at a shorter time period, you know, instead of the whole 3 days, maybe like the day of the service or something. Because one concern I've had is that we don't always, I've had those, you know, there have been several families that have requested that, but, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. There have been several families that have requested that before, and because the policy was like it was, you know, we couldn't lower it. You know, there has been a couple of times where they were accidentally lowered because they didn't check with tribal enrollment, and so, yeah, that, there's several families that have been on the Pawnee roll. They're half Pawnee and they're half another tribe, and they have requested that, you know, the flag be lowered. One concern I had is that we don't always know who those families are. We do know when they're enrolled and we can automatically lower them. So we don't always know about who the families are unless they contact us. So we could run the risk of offending some by not flying it. But if we just had maybe for that day, the day of the service or something like that, that might be an option we want to look at.
We'll take that to property committee. No?
No, I'm kidding. Yeah,
We even have enrolled members we don't know.
Well, we, even in property committee, we've asked for policies around the whole, picking out the plots, we're looking at.
We don't have any.
Well, we don't have any policy, so they're gonna look at some things like that, and even possibly surveying, so we can provide that service to our tribal members where they pick it out.
Yeah.
That part's already over with, you know, so depending on cost, we'll bring it back.
Okay, is there anything else for open forum? Nothing else?
Okay,
On
one
my
more time.
Blaine?
April 27, no. I didn't write it down. April 24 at 5:30?
24th.
24.
Okay.
At Building 64.
Okay, conference room, okay.
One more thing. My son's fighting again May 6th at Capitol Hill High School in Oklahoma City, and it's his first title defense, so y'all can make it. Yay.
What was the date?
May 6th.
May 6th.
I just had, we got baseball season, and then last night I had band concert, grandkids.
I missed my grandson's game last night.
I know. Okay, could I entertain a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Adrian, second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody not in favor, say no.
I don't want to leave.
Thank y'all for sticking it out with us all day.
I will say.
No.